Hello, gamers. Welcome in. How's everybody doing? What's going on? Sheik, Abra, how's everyone doing? Astro, 5 days stream streak. Let's go. Congrats. Nice. We'll get started in just a minute. I'm getting some stuff set up. Oh yeah, also, it's not Christmas anymore. Get rid of that. I'm getting this like automatic YouTube chat script running on OBS really quick. So I'm just trying to figure out how to do it. But then we'll get started in just a minute. Let's see. See, I should just let me put it in as like a doc. I thought. But maybe not. Here, I can show you guys what I'm doing. So we got it in tools in here. Then I say update live chat URL. It opens my browser and does something like it's updating. But maybe I have to just call it a pre-existing browser source. Just call it that. Maybe this will work. Does not seem to. I'm not sure because I don't see it in here. Ooh. I'm just so tired of having to every single time I stream I have to go grab the URL again. It's just dumb. Hold up. Is this the same one? Okay, yeah. There's a commentary video. We will watch this. So you download it, put it in OBS. You put in the settings. And source name is chat. Update live URL. Oh no. Chat. Where does this come from? Oh, is it like a on-screen element? Do I have to do like browser, and then call it YT all caps? And then if I do that, is it gonna do it in there? Because that's not really what I wanted. It doesn't seem to do anything. I just wanted it to be over here, you know, in OBS. Oh, okay. Well, that's quite unfortunate, because it's doing it inside of there. Okay. Because I wanted it to do it in like my actual thing, just so I can read. And maybe I just need to like update it or something in there. Then we can see if that works. Update chat URL. Well, it's fine then, I guess. Anyways, let's get things all set up here. Okay. Close this. Close all this garbage. Alright, guys. So the plan is we're gonna work on... let's get Starground updated really quick. There's just a few bugs I want to fix really quick. So let's see. Bombs do cause a tile desync, so I'd like to maybe just take a quick look at that. And then these. So let's just take a look at those two things. And then also the eye patch apparently is applying to other people's screens, which is fascinating. I have to go into, I think it's just a simple, I forgot to check authority. So let's go see. So in here we have the eye patch somewhere. Eye patch. I guess it's in the player script. Yeah, so it's just because I don't say if is multiplayer authority. Actually, I say is authority on the player. So that should fix that. Now it won't happen for everybody. I hope. We'll see. We'll go test it. Otherwise, I think everything in here should be okay. I don't know why, though, that would apply to other... Or I guess it's because technically the canvas is visible from other players. So that would probably be why. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Alright. Well, hopefully that fixes that. And then other thing is the nuclear bomb, like, doing weird stuff with the tiles. Let's look at that. Explode. Active players start blinded. Video done. Smoke done. So this is where it actually does the real destruction. So it does all that stuff, and then the rays. So this is just going to be getting a tile right here. And set modified tile, region ID, tile coordinate. Tile land. I should probably just get whatever the tile is there for the ID. So it's tile modification, destroy all. Let's go look at that code. What does destroy all do? I think I just have it else, so it'll just do this. Alright, let's just load into a game and test some of this stuff. But yeah, hopefully this doesn't take very long. And while we're... Well, never mind. Let's see while we're waiting for it to load, but it's fine. Come on. Come on, editor. Oh, it doesn't want to go, does it? Uh-oh. Did I get any further with the top packet issue? I mean, it's better than what it was for sure. It seems to be working completely normally on most regular saves for people. So, I think it's okay as it is. I still wish that, like, I could get it working on big, massive, enormous saves, but most people don't even have those and don't even play multiplayer on them, so I'm not, like, super worried about it. So I think we're probably good for the most part. Yeah, I wish I could get it working, but I just don't know what else to do. But at least for most people, I think it's going to be much more reliable now. Also, one thing that has always irked me a little bit is I want to also delete any conveyors, right? Remove conveyor, and then I can say tile coordinate, drop item true, drop materials true. Which actually, I won't make it drop items. I mean, if a nuclear bomb is blasting a conveyor, stuff's gonna be gone, right? Well, I don't know. We could make it. It's fine. Okay, remove conveyor. So if not conveyor, then it just returns. So that should hopefully delete any conveyors in the path of the bomb now. So just to test it, we're going to create some conveyors in this area. And hopefully it should break these conveyors. Oh, and actually I need a hydrogen bomb. I don't think the nuclear bombs break land tiles. So we're just going to pop it down right there. And now we watch. And I think I'm in creative mode. Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to build those, so we can just stand here. And seems as though it did not break the conveyors. And it's also just not breaking the land tiles too under the conveyors, so like, I don't know why. I'm trying to figure that part out. I should have removed the conveyors. I don't know why I didn't. And I guess that should be an RPC. So a tile coordinate. Okay. True, true. Data to get position. Set cell. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why remove conveyor doesn't seem to work. It's terrifying. Imagine you make a factor in public server and someone just nukes it. Yeah. I think I have explosion griefing off on the public server, so I don't think it'll actually like break anything, but it still will kill players. So let me give myself some lead boots. Yeah, I don't know why it's not breaking any of the conveyors. It should be. Unless like the coordinate system of conveyors is different. But that doesn't make any sense. It's really strange. So this is getting it from like a specific tile map. Just trying to figure out how all this works. How does like conveyor position on Tyria and stuff work? Now that I think about it. Because our conveyor positions relative to the... I don't think they're relative to the region you're in. So are conveyors on other planets just off? No, they clearly aren't. So how does that actually work? I guess I must have a different cell. Yeah, conveyors itself is a tile map. So it's definitely interesting. I don't know how it keeps the conveyors in the same position. It looks pretty perfect. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why it's not breaking it. Guys, what's going on? It's not a separate script right now. Just nuclear bomb. Let's just run this up and see what it's getting. Then I'll print conveyor. Maybe it's just not returning any actual conveyors? It's possible. Let's try this again. Come on, bomb, go off. So it's just retrieving null, which is strange. Don't know why it would be null. I guess I just get a different coordinate. We have tile coordinate, and let's get conveyor coordinate. Instead of saying tile map, we say global dot conveyors. And try that instead. See if that removes them. But really what I want to do is if we say tile destroy all, it should be destroying, like, conveyors too, I feel like. But I don't know, let's just see what happens. Come on. There we go. So that does destroy conveyors now. And likewise, that means it's also destroying the land tiles. Okay. But I wonder why it doesn't destroy land tiles when a conveyor is on top. Like, there must be a reason for that. So let's go look at that. Also, I realize I only want to do it if we've, I think I do this somewhere else. If set modified tile on the server, then do it on the clients too. Yeah, right here. If global main set modified tile, then for I and peers, do that. So I think that's part of why there's a weird desync. Yeah, I think I'll say... Yeah, that's interesting. Because I guess it does the check inside of... It's almost like what I need to do is call a different, like... Call try remove tile or something. So it calls it on the server, checks if it works, and then calls it on all the clients. I feel like that would almost make more sense. But... I don't know. This should work, though. I think it's fine. Yeah. I'll just remove the conveyors first, and then the tiles. I think it should be mostly okay. Well, no. I don't want to do it stupid. Let's just say main.try set modified tile. And then all the same stuff. And then we go into the script for that. Alright, so now we're going to say function try set modified tile. Copy all the stuff here. Alright. Then I will say if set modified tile. I'm gonna have to pass all this stuff in again. I would say for I and multiplayer.get peers. Set modified tile RPC I, like that ID. Okay, so region ID, tile position, tile ID, modification type, set cells, drop item. There's more. There's so many. Force effects, player ID. I think that's everything. And then we do the same thing over here. But we're just going to copy all these. Boom. Okay. So if that worked, return true. Otherwise, return false. Hopefully this works now. So now we can just call this function. If it doesn't work, it's not going to send it to any other client. So now instead of doing this, yeah, we say try set modify tile. I don't know why it's not showing our typing and stuff. Maybe it's just, I think it's because it's an RPC. So try set modify tile will never be an RPC. And then let's change this one too. So where is this in? This is in build object. So this is going to happen on the server. So now we say if global.main.try. Also, we don't have to say global main because we're in global main. So it'll automatically pass in all this stuff. True, true, false, true. So we don't have to run this anymore. Yeah, just get rid of that now. Let's make sure that this works, though. You guys have my NFT to the game? Yeah, what's up? What's your NFT? I'm just going to look for any case of us calling set modified tile. Some of these are very interesting, because, like, this is not... World generator, that's not an RPC. Try set modified tile. I don't use those ones anymore. So player. And this one happens on... See, it's interesting that this one is here. I guess that one's fine since it's being called on everybody. Oh, but see, there's a couple more. If set modified tile right here. Oh, wait, no, that's the actual function. Whoops. And then what is this? And set modified tile. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I think that's everything. So let's make sure that this all works. He's a monkey with cool glasses and a fire background. Awesome, dude. Yeah, you should. Yeah, if you don't screenshot it, someone might steal it, you know? Yeah, we should totally add a monkey NFT into the game. That'd be awesome. It's totally not sarcasm, guys. Anyways, let's try connecting, make sure the land tile stuff works. Then the only other thing I want to do before we push this patch is fix a couple issues with the Tesla coils being a little quirky. I should still be in creative mode. Yeah. I did a local host connection, right? Did I host locally? I can't remember. It's not printing anything out. Hold on. Yeah, server not found. I think I might have accidentally done the wrong mode. Also, I need to rename myself. Let's try this again. There we go. Okay. Let's go God mode. I find it kind of funny that it actually breaks the land tiles underneath the spawn platform. That's actually a major issue. We're gonna have a check that just doesn't let people break those. So on set modified tile. And then tile position. If tile position is not equal to vector 2i dot 0. I actually don't know what those coordinates are there, but I presume it's like 0. Let's just do this. Then this will be a list of bad coordinates. So vector 2i. And just run through these. So as far as I know, I think it's going to be -1, -1, -1, 0, 0, 0, and then -1, -1, -1, 0, 0, 0, 0, -1. I think those are the coordinates that we would not want that to happen. Cannot return value of type null. Oh. And false. Let's try it out. Was screenshotting NFTs completely legal? Yeah. But it's a little silly though. I think the concept of like owning a digital file like that is a little strange, but okay. So hopefully this prevents these tiles from breaking. Just to test this, I'm gonna drop a bomb right here. Let's see. Yeah, that seemed to work. All the other tiles got deleted though, so I think we're good. Alrighty. Although now I'm noticing that the tiles over here are not being updated. So what happened? Oh, expected 9 arguments called with 10. Let's go fix that. I think I just forgot an argument. So it's not set modified tile, it's right here. So we did ID. Oh, RPC ID. That's my issue. I just did it wrong. Let's see, so decreasing image qualities instead you just go to the webcode and find where the image is hosted. Yeah. Alright, let's see if this works again. Oh, but is that going to mess up the... No, I don't think that counts as the RPC configuration. Let's see what happens. Just want to see if these tiles actually get removed now. Didn't throw any errors, so it looks like we're good. Alright, let's go ahead and make a fresh world real quick and just test this one last time. And then the other thing I want to test is... I want to make some Tesla coil fixes. Make sure I'm actually doing a new save on this one. Alrighty, so now we go creative mode, give hydrogen bomb. Oops. 99. Let's try this again. So it should break all the tiles around. Let's get out of the blast radius. So I don't freaking die and stuff. God mode. Windows? What did you warn me about? Yeah, it looks pretty good. So now it's not going to break these tiles, because if those tiles get broken, then you spawn in the water. And, you know, that's kind of not good. So yeah, that looks pretty good. And it looks like all those tiles did get synchronized over here. So let's do one final test. Place a bunch of conveyors down. Oh, I'm not. Oh, I wasn't in creative mode. And just make sure that these tiles do visually get deleted on both the client and the server. I know this is just a nuclear bomb and it's like a silly thing, but this also honestly just fixes stability with every other part of the game though, if it's working as intended, you know? Because then I can be sure if I'm making these tile modifications anywhere else, it's going to be consistent and reliable. So, hey, Null Studios, welcome in. How's it going? Alright, so those are all broken. And they are all broken here too. Looks like everything's consistent and reliable. So that's good. Cool. I think we're good to go. Good, just working on my jam entry. Yeah, you were... How's that, how's your jam been going? Are you doing your own entry for your jam? Okay, last thing I want to mess with is... It also, funny enough, has to do with explosions, but... What's happening is that sometimes it could receive an object that's invalid. So what happens is it tries to statically type it. So if we have like a setup like this, I think this should recreate it. But if we have buildings around some Tesla coils and then nuke them, it's going to throw some funny errors in here. Because it's going to be looping through machines and statically typing it as buildable. But then the building will have already been broken before. I think it's the order I did it in was bad because the Tesla coils were on the inside. Here, let's just do a network of Tesla coils and buildings. And then just drop the bomb right in the middle so it all instantly breaks. So we just go, boom. Let's see what that looks like. Make it a Metroidvania roguelike. Let's go. Roguelike. It's pretty awesome. I always think it would be fun to do a Metroidvania. I feel like I'd always love to try almost every genre at least once, you know? So what's going on in here? Yeah, so here's this issue again, right? So this is what's happening in here. And it's funny, I guess this is a multiplayer specific issue, but you can see disconnect from grid, attempted to next an invalid previously freed instance into a type dictionary. So, it might actually not be anything to do with the Tesla coil, but just the fact that it's running this stuff on the client. That's the very likely scenario here. Because Tesla coil shouldn't really do anything. Right? If they're not on the server. I do this stuff just to see if it should play the water variant. On tree exiting. Okay, so I do say only do that if you are the server. So I wonder how it's running that. Right? Is it a signal? I guess it's just because I'm doing... No, it doesn't make any sense. Disconnect from grid. I'll say if not is server. Or I can just say is server. Then I'm going to print Gabagoo. Because session 2 should be the client. It's a little funny that that's happening. Let's do it again. Break some stuff in here so I can place a crafter. Alright. Let's try this. Don't like making Metroidvania, it's so restrictive, ammo. Yeah. That's fair. Okay, is it happening again? Did it print? That's really strange. Does the server count as session 2? Whatever. I'm just gonna fix the bug and assume that it's fine. So what we're gonna do instead of looping through here like this... I mean, we could just not statically type it and do that. That would be okay. And then this would fix it. It's a little stupid. That would fix it, but whatever. It's just because it's assuming that it should have a type. But if it's already been freed and it's like a null instance, then... Alright. Let's try this again. And then I think this is pretty much the last thing. Only other thing I want to check is the eye patch. Just to make sure I did it right, but I'm pretty sure. Let's give cool eye patch. So it works there, and then on the client, they're not invisible. Cool. I did kind of want to make the eye patch look more interesting. I can't tell if those are pre-existing. I think those are pre-existing. Wait, let me build my setup. Well, I might actually have time. Oh, I'm still seeing errors get thrown. It's still doing the same thing. I'm tempted to next. Is it just because it's saying for thing in thing? Maybe it's because of the way that the key is. Okay, well, obviously it didn't seem to actually fix it. Weird. So I'm not the only one putting random... yeah, Prince does something, yeah. I still think it's like the easiest way to see what's going on. I mean, sometimes if I really have a very tricky problem, I use the stack trace and stuff and breakpoints, but honestly, it's just faster and easier to just pop a print statement in and see if it's printing. So... Want to make something like Dead Cells? Yeah, that'd be neat. Hollow Knight style, your style would be... Hollow Knight-like game, your style would be so neat. Oh, I appreciate it, yeah. It would be fun. I do really enjoy doing pixel art and stuff. I don't know, maybe one day. I mean, what we could do is change the way that this dictionary holds objects. But honestly, guys... I don't know if it even causes any real issues. It doesn't even crash the game in the editor, so I doubt it's going to cause any production issues. And the only time it ever happens is when you blow everything up with a bomb, so I think it's okay. I'm just going to leave it for now. Because I don't want to make a change like that and then break everything. Because that's bad. So let's say it's an issue where the bombs will cause weird tile desyncs. Also, made it so hydrogen bombs break conveyors again. Also, at least an issue where eye patches would show up on everyone. Someone wore one. And I kind of want to mess with the texture of it too. I'm just thinking what I want to do for that. Let's go into here. Serious sim music, yeah. It's pretty epic. Well, I can't remember. Does giving 2 eye patches do anything? We'll figure that out right now. See, where is the code for that, actually? Come on. Let's go look. It's not in there, so it must be somewhere else. I don't even check it there. How am I checking? Oh, I'm probably doing ability or whatever. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so there's just one. That is okay. So let's go find the eye patch in here. There it is. And we're just gonna start tweaking it. I don't know why it's under a... What is this, the V box? Okay, we have to like find it. Health display. I think it would just be right here. Control. Where is it? I wish that when I search for something, it would stay on the selected node. Because now I like can't find it in here. That's super cool, guys. Yeah, I don't really know where it is. I would think that it's in actually a different canvas layer, like the screen overlay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, it's because I have the other separator, otherwise it's just gonna fill everything. Okay, so this is what it looks like right now. I think people tend to think that it's a bug instead of real. So I want to change the texture so that it's a little more obvious what's going on here. So let's add in a texture rect. And I just want to change the texture of it, right? Hide that for a minute. This is going to be expanding. So something kind of like this. I'm just thinking how this is going to look. Because it needs to basically be like an eye patch. I guess I'll just make it like an eye patch shape. Eye patch. But I'd like to have the like arms, you know, going over it, like the band. I'm just trying to think how that would work texture-wise. Because it's tricky because the screen can be rescaled, right? So I have to think about how I'm going to do it and make it look normal. I have not played the update, but I got like a notification about that. I'll have to check it out. Let's see here. I could do like a eye patch shape. I guess I could have that just go off to the right, because that's at least one known. So let's not do scale, let's keep aspect centered. I guess keep aspect covered is what I want to do. And I could just put it over the whole screen and have it like go up. So let's mess around. We're just gonna do a... let's get some kind of 1920 resolution here. Let's divide it by 8. Yeah, that should work. 240 by 135. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna draw in the eye patch. And I don't know if this is gonna work, but we're just gonna see what happens. Just save this as eye patch new. Then we can tweak it and stuff. Boom. Let's try it out. Scanning. Alright. Eye patch new. And then let's just go ahead and see what it looks like full screen. So it doesn't look too bad. Could maybe work that way. I would just want to like clean up the shape and stuff a little bit. Just in a couple of these areas where it's a little weird and bumpy. So then, I know that the in-game eye patch has like flames on it, I believe. So I think we should also do that. I guess this is how an eye patch looks. Yeah. Alright, so what does the in-game eye patch look like? Cool eye patch. It's got flames. So let's just draw some flames. Suck at drawing flames, guys. Just draw some like little extra. Doesn't look much like flames. It's fine. And then we got orange. It's much easier to draw flames when they're low res. That's good enough. Alright, so now it should look like this. Hopefully it's just a little more obvious like what it is. We could blur it. We go into filters, blur, like that, since it's like in front of your face. I think that looks cool. Now, question is though, what's going to happen when we scale the resolution and everything? So let's try it out. Okay. So yeah, this is why you don't break tiles underneath, because this happens. Give cool eye patch. Hold on, let's restart the game. I just put a post on the project showcase because technically it's the rules of your channel. Let's see. Oh, you're saying... Oh, yeah, because you just put the thing in general. I mean, it's okay. General, I'm not so strict about stuff. Like, it's kind of meant to be the everything chat anyways, so it's okay. Don't worry about it. But yeah, if you have, like, a game you're working on and stuff, I think it's just nice to have an actual, like, post here so we can refer back to it and stuff, you know? Yeah, we'll definitely check it out here in just a minute. I just want to make sure that this is working. Then we can export Starground really quick, and we're free to do whatever. Alright, so that's what it looks like now. Which I think I like it. So let's like try rescaling the screen and stuff. And it actually seems to work really well in terms of screen scaling. Because I have it on keep aspect covered, so like it doesn't matter what resolution you're at. Yeah, that actually works pretty well. Yeah, this will work. I like that I can just barely see the player here. It's good that way. Cool. Alrighty. We could potentially do a little bit of like shading here before we blur it. I wanted to make this section like a little darker or whatever. I know this breaks the rules of our palette, but I think it's okay. This is a kind of a strange sprite to begin with. And let's save this one as unblurred. Just so I can modify again if I want. Now we blur. Just don't save it as unblurred. Eye patch new. Alrighty. That should be good to go now. Let's also write that down. Change the eye patch sprite to actually look like an eye patch instead of a rendering error. Please read the update post. Alrighty. I keep dying in your game. I just look and look, and then thing screens in my face within 2 seconds of playing the game of Starground. Oh, you mean with Cosmo's game? Okay. I was like, what is someone screaming in your face in the first? Alrighty. I think that's everything for now. Alrighty. I guess let's just do a check, make sure I didn't leave in any weird print statements. Yeah, otherwise player, just change to that. This, I did try set modified. As a coil, I didn't really do anything except get rid of the old comment. Player texture stuff. Nuclear bomb just does try set tile now. And it gets conveyor coordinates separately. That duplicates the packets. So I'll say fix packets and add eye patch. File desyncs. Okay. And then one final check through everything. Let's also increment the version. Boom. 4, and we can also, I suppose, update the translation sheet. I don't know if there's actually been anything new in here, so it's hard to say. There's some Russian stuff, so yeah, we could. Might as well. I have to wait for all these to load. And these, I need to @ everybody for these. I'm going to do our usual little conditional formatting thing. So if it's empty, go ahead and make it red. That's going to apply from C to V. And it's going to be to V29. Alright, so I'll just show which ones are empty. I'll start putting these new translations in at some point. Tutorial stuff. It's medieval. Okay. Tutorials are always like good, definitely, to have translated, right? Because you don't want somebody to show up on a place and then not be able to read the tutorial. What is this language? Turkish? Russian hasn't been updated in here in a minute. Well, most of the important ones are translated. Like the basics and stuff. Alrighty, I think we're good to go then. I'm gonna keep getting rid of these little empty rows. The people have spoken. It's easier to put the empty cells at the end, the newest stuff, instead of separating them and organizing. Which I totally don't blame you guys. It does make sense. Alright, I think we're good to go. We got the Steam store stuff, and I put in check. Alright. Let's download the new translations. Boom. Oops, that's not. I need to do the combined. Make sure they're all translated. Alright. Should be good to go. I'll just leave in here. So let's delete all of the translations. Boom. Drag the new file in. Then yeah, I'll try your game out in just a minute, Cosmo. I'm just gonna go ahead and, you know, upload the build and release it. Just to get it out of the way. And then Starground isn't hanging over us anymore. Importing assets. Alright. I wish there was a more convenient way for me to... Like, I wish I could, instead of it just automatically creating all of the translation files, I have to, like, click a button before it does it. Because then I drag stuff in, and it just immediately generates all the files for the file that's named wrong. It's a little annoying. But whatever. Okay. I think we're all good to go. I thought you need to make the game loud now. As long as you fix how loud the last bits were, because those were extremely loud. Like the ending and then the jump scare sounds. Okay. Alright, that's not compressed. Alright, let's see. Just always want to run this up and make sure the translations work. Because if I release it without any of the translations working, that kind of sucks. So. Go to Chinese. Boom. Looks good to me. Russian. Looks good. Alright. Should be good. Let's go ahead and export the game. I don't think we have a version in there right now, do we? Build. No, we do not. Okay. Export all. Release mode. Then we got our nifty little tool to make it easier for us. We could just go into here. Godot editor. Then open these two guys. Okay, now we wait. Wait for it to build. Snooze the ad again. Come on. Hurry, export. When you do like a first time export after restarting your computer or whatever, sometimes it usually takes a while because it's, I think it caches things whenever you make an export. So like next time, if you make a lot of exports in a row, it's very fast. Something like that. But what do I know? Almost there. Boom. Alrighty. So we should be good. Didn't see any errors. Let's open up our Steam pipes. This is the server. 15.04. Whoa. Thank you for the flash check. Okay, so auto push to the experimental branch. Should be good. Upload. Then upload. File mapping. Uploading content. Building file mapping. Scanning content. I don't know which one just worked. This one is not working. I think I have to do these separately. Okay, so the server one worked. Let's try this again. Yeah, I don't think I should do them both at the same time. Like, it tends to cause issues. Let's go make sure that this is uploaded. So, experimental's already on there. Let's move the default over. So build live. I have to put in a funny little code. 58296. Yeah, so live. Now we publish changes. As far as I can tell, this part is actually required. Alright, server's done. And then last step. Regular Starground. Steamworks. Oh, I sure hope it does. Default. Set build live. Need the code. 16843. Boom, set alive. Yeah. Nice. How big is our depot right now? I don't think it's that big. It's like 500 megabytes, I think. You can see the history of everything. The very first time. No, there's more of that, right? February of 2024. Oh yeah, no, that was the first time. Alpha 5.5. Alright. So we are on... Oh yeah, that's that version, 1504. Let's go publish. Really publish. Post announcements. With 15.0.4 hotfix. Default build. Multiplayer fixes. I didn't check for any print statements in here, so hopefully there's nothing crazy going on. I probably should have made sure, but it's okay. I wasn't seeing anything too crazy in there, so... The only place I probably would have had stuff is in, like... Oh, somewhere here. Alright, we're gonna run up this ad, and then after we will go play your game, Cosmo. So let me start that. Oh, print message. Oh, this is for kicking the player, that's fine. Yeah, I don't see anything too problematic in here. I think we're okay. Alrighty. Let's do the artwork really quick. Boom. Upload. Okay. Hotfix for Starground. Addresses a few things, including some multiplayer issues on larger saves. What else? Bomb issues. Eye patch changes, and various other minor things. Alright. Now we can drag all these things in. Make those a list. Drag our changes. Boom. I always hate how it like forces this to be a list. Now I can't like get rid of the then it just makes it a mess in here, so it's like can't even tell where it is. Okay. This guy, get rid of those. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, there we go. And then it makes this one funny too, which is really neat. There we go. And then it undoes it. Okay. Let's not mess with it. Okay. I think that's everything. Did all translations, change the eye patch. Connected to. All right. We're good to go. Boom, boom. And ads are over. So we'll go ahead and play your game, Cosmo, and then it's time for Deadlift, like I promised in the title of the stream. Let's just go into Starground updates. Should I ping everyone for this one? It is like, I know some people were having multiplayer issues. Oh, we also have to update the dedicated server, which sucks, but we'll get to it. I'm gonna ping people for this one. Yeah, hot fixes up. Addresses some multiplayer issues people were experiencing. Also bomb fixes and new eye patch sprite. All right. That's done. Let me go ahead and log into the server. Let's see if I remember the password. Yes. We're gaming. Okay. Let me just go up to the server and then we're good to go. So PS. So PS doesn't show anything. Is it like sudo PS or something? No. Here, I have my list of commands. Let's oops. It's gonna do that. Oh, I didn't know it had a Yeah, PS desktop background. I don't see it in there. So how am I supposed to see? So PS doesn't work. Is there a way I can show all? PSU. PSA. PSL. I don't know what these are doing. What is it? LS? It just doesn't do anything. Can I say like jobs or something? It's not PX, but it can be installed. I don't know what that does. God dang it, Linux. How am I supposed to see all of the jobs? Jobs L or jobs P? Doesn't do anything. PS-E? There we go. I guess that stands for like everything. Okay, now we're looking for Starground. Starground server. Right there. So 7742 and 7739. Okay. Server has been stopped. Let's modify our commands file now. Because -E shows everything. Right out. Exit. Okay, so let's update the server. CD Starground server. So what would we like to delete? Let's go into here. Linux server. Delete that one, that one, that one, and that one. We probably don't need to delete that every time, but I figured it's just a good idea. Yes, delete the selected files. Drag them in. Wait for those to upload. And I will let everybody know. Oops. Public server is now on 0.15.0.4. Hopefully should fix some connection issues people were having. Oops. chmod. What? Am I stupid? Hold on. chmod -R777. Oh, I had to put a period. -R period. There we go. Now ls. Boom. Run. Let's go look at the command again and make sure I do it right. I'm glad that I made this command list. So it's a no-hup /program and no-hup Starground server.sh and boom. Alrighty. Let's make sure that we can connect. Hopefully it's a little more reliable now. Update queued. Crazy. And let's go into here. Okay. Oh yeah, I have my controller connected. Let's unconnect that. Let's go build our stuff, you know. Zip create. Boom. Does all the stuff. Created the zips. Let's go try joining. Come on. Please, for the love of God, work. Let's go. Alright. Yeah, I think we're good. Everything seems to be in order. Mine's on 0.3. Yeah, Steam does that. Steam does, like, it takes time. If you want to force an update, you can just go into installed files, go to properties, and verify integrity, and it'll force Steam. Yeah. Sometimes it takes, like, a minute or two for that to appear. Alright. Over. Alright, it is time, Cosmo. Let's go to itch.io. I think I followed you. I go dashboard. Can I view? That's followers. How do I view people that I followed? I don't know. Itch. Feed. Okay. There we go. Dark bits. Alright, here's the new instructions. Controls, epic. New enemy. He doesn't like to be seen. Just turn in the opposite direction. Okay. More sounds. Epic. Cool. Let's try it out. You can see an eye patch even though you're not wearing it on the public server. Oh. Where did that come from? What? Maybe that bug is not what I thought it was, or something. Hold on. Cool eye patch. Starground ability eye patch. Should be the only thing with the eye patch ability. Okay. Might have to do another build. I gotta love it. Oh wait, that's on. Yeah, why is that the case? It's quite odd. Let me go into player. Because it should definitely be saying... Is it just because it's visible by default? But it's not. Unless I just messed up and made it visible by default. Oh, because I said that's... Okay. I think... what I need to do is say... that dot visible is that and is authority. God dang it. Alright. Time to re-export, guys. But at least the process is not that big of a deal. Ugh. Gotta love it. Get all this stuff going. Yeah, I wish I had some just kind of like single click script that I could just click and then everything just gets uploaded and I don't have to do anything. But hey, Satellix, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? It's weird that I didn't see the eye patch, then all of a sudden it just did show up randomly. Oh, I guess it's because the other person wasn't... Yeah, that must be what it was. Not much, just finished absolutely demolishing my brain cells about dev, yeah. I feel that. That was going well. It's going pretty good. I just put up a version of Starground and then realized that the eye patch is always visible on screen, so that's quite unfortunate. I have to put up another patch immediately, so... Because I realized when somebody else joins the game, it makes their eye patch visible, so that's super epic. It's true, the game does run. Yeah, we've been spending a lot of time trying to fix multiplayer issues with Starground. There's been some pretty nasty ones. I realized that most of the issues were stemming from the fact that, like, if you send too many packets over with RPCs, it tends to break everything. So, a lot of the fixes I've made just have to do with kind of being more careful with what kinds of packets I send over. I implemented like some packet clumping systems. So basically, if you like initially when you load into the game and need to grab tiles and conveyors from the server, now it like groups them up into like a 50,000 byte packet instead of sending like a million small packets over. So yeah. I think it should be good. Make sure everything's all good here. All right, so let's go ahead and close out of the server. Upload these again, but this time we'll wait for the first one to finish. Let's get over to the dedicated server. But yeah, we're just about to go try out Cosmo's game, and then we're going to start working on Deadlift. So, we're going to start distributing playtesting keys for that super soon. Like tonight. So. Alright. So this should be in here now. 1505. Default. Set it live. Yeah, I've been just trying to work on like getting all the gameplay stuff with that project set up. And we're definitely close to being like playable. I mean, it is playable, but it's just not super fun yet, but it's inching that way. All right, that one's been fixed. Let's go fix the regular Starground. Should be in here now. Move it to the default. Wait for the code. 92421. Boom. And then I didn't close the server yet, did I? No, I did not. Awesome. So PSE. Let's say kill. Oh, that's the ID enormous. All right, server's been killed. Let's update it again. Let's see, Forger game. Build Linux server. Yeah, the thing that sucks too is that every single time I update the game, I also have to update the server, so it takes a million years. But it's fine. Why patch fixed? Link it to the default build. This extremely small patch fixes an issue where eye patches would become visible when people joined the game. Patches would become visible on everyone when someone joined a multiplayer session. Alrighty. Guess I can do the artwork. Oops. Boom. Publish. I think that's everything. I did the server. Let's see. ls. Let's do chmod. Dot. Oops. Okay. Just run the command again. All right, everybody. New update dropped immediately. New hotfix for eye patch problem. All right, let's just connect one last time to the server. Could somebody also try connecting to the server while I'm on, just to make sure that it's all good? I'm like 99% confident, but I just want to have a sanity check. Join was update already. Sounds good. All right. Anyways, now we can go back into here. Just do our zips again and get these silly files out of here. Oh, might have like forgotten to put an IP. Server is up, right? Should be. It might still be turning on. Oh, you're on the server? Okay. Move all those guys over. I keep losing connection. It's the IP, right? I didn't like actually miscopy. Let's see. Looks good. Guy. Come on. I don't know why I would be constantly losing connection. I have to restart my game. Oh, there we go. Let me out. Let me out. Alright, cool. Seems like it's fixed. I'm trapped. Alrighty. No. Anyways. Have fun on the server, guys. I'm going to quit out of that now, and we're going to go try Cosmos game. So let me just commit my changes here really quick. Should all be good here. Update build. Translations. And let's just get this branch deleted. Since the changes are in main. Let's see. Welcome in. Game engine. Yep, we are using Godot. Had a good time with Godot so far. Alright, so is that pretty much all I did here? I think I just did, yeah, Steam connection issues. Fix connection issues. And various other bugs. To use ECS, yeah. I kind of do. It depends. Some things I do inheritance, and then other things I do like a component-based thing. It's just sort of a mix. For example, inventories in the game use ECS. They're just a component that you can drop on to an object that it has an inventory. But other stuff, I do inheritance. For example, entities like monsters in the dungeons, they all inherit from a shared script. I feel like a combination approach is usually the best way, but it just depends on what you want. Yeah, this all looks good. Merge the pull request. I can delete the branch. Move us over to main. And that's it. Alright. Sorry for the wait, Cosmo. It's good. Performs better than nodes. Yeah. That's part of the reason I do that. It just depends on what it is. Some things I don't use, like, either. With Starground, since it's an automation game, I've had to do some pretty wacky optimizations before. Especially with, like, the conveyors and stuff like that, so... This definitely has been tricky before. Let's just close all this stuff. Go back to main. Alright. Goodbye, server. Did I not download the thing? I was pretty sure I did. I guess I didn't download it. Let's do that again. The game is not open source, but you could decompile it pretty easily if you own it, so I don't really care that much if people decompile. Just obviously don't redistribute the game. Like, that's illegal, because I own copyright and trademark, and yeah. Don't, like, give it to other people or sell it. That's a big no-no. I'd have to bring that up with the higher-ups. But if people just want to look at the code and stuff, I don't really ever mind. But usually I make people decompile it themselves just because it's... Usually it means that you have bought the game already. So it's not that big of a deal. And I don't want, like, bots just grabbing the source code and re-releasing stuff everywhere. Alright, here we go. I'll turn off the music for this one. And yeah, I think I turned it down in the volume mixer or something. I can't remember. Okay. I don't know why I immediately died. Okay. He just keeps jump scaring me, doesn't he? Nah, this is not my game. We're trying a game by Cosmo right now. I'm gonna assume since I heard him giggle. Okay. I think the giggle means he's there. The sound stuff is good. I like that. Okay, he's to the right. still to the right. Why is afraid pressing? Oh. Clown. What happened? What did I do wrong? I didn't look at him. Is it because I looked over? I mean, yeah, sorry, I can turn down desktop audio a little bit. I'm not sure what that was about. Oh, he kills you if you don't look in the opposite direction. Oh. Well, I didn't realize that. Yeah. What? Okay. So do I have to do flashlight in the opposite direction? Okay, I don't need a flash, just look. Alright. Ooh. Get out of there. Ooh. I mess up? I guess I'm okay. Yeah, halfway there. Sorry if I'm being quiet, it's because I have to listen. We did it. Epic. Cool. Yeah, I do like the noise mechanics. I think that's fun. I don't think enough horror games utilize sound enough. Because it immediately kind of makes you have to lock in and really focus. Which for a horror game I feel like is really important. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I definitely like the new changes. I guess the only thing is it's difficult to know what you're supposed to do with that guy. But it's not that big of a deal. Sometimes a little bit of trial and error is good. I think though what would help is like definitely doing some kind of day system so that you can start ramping up difficulty. So you kind of get like a really easy first day just to understand the basic mechanics. I wouldn't make it like extremely easier, but you know, a bit easier. And then you can keep ramping it up and ramping it up, because I feel like it would be really fun if I was like really struggling a lot. Already working on day system? Nice. That's good. Sound is important if you can't look and it's super for jump scares because you need to put sound to max. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. It's pretty neat. I think it could be cool if there's like, as difficulty increased too, what you had to do on your computer got more complicated. Because pressing A and D is pretty easy. You just kind of sit there and do that. But it'd be neat if like there was something that you had to mentally think about, like I don't know, doing some kind of like math problem or something, or just doing some basic addition. So you have to like you have to focus. You split your focus completely. Because with that, I feel like I'm not really, when I'm in the monitor doing my A and D, I'm not really focusing on like what I'm doing on the screen. I'm still just, my mental state is still just on the guys around me. So if there was something that was like trying to take my focus away from the entities, I think that would make it more scary. But yeah. But it's fun. It's definitely a good start. Let's see. GDScript's so slow. It's not really that slow. I programmed also, yeah, you're asking about like my game and stuff. We've been working on Starground. This is all programmed in GDScript. You can definitely do some pretty optimized things with GDScript. It just depends on how you do it. And so this is all with GDScript. And I think given the scale of the game and how many freaking objects there are, I think it runs pretty good. Yeah, unexpected. Feels scary and loud is only unexpected once. That's true. I mean, yeah, I would say if you want to build up, if you want the game to be scarier, like, it's not really scary. Jump scares aren't really that scary. I mean, we've all played FNAF. It just becomes a gameplay thing instead of an actual horror ambience thing. So, I don't know. You could, like, build up the jump scares a little bit more. So I focus on the cool mechanics of being scary. Yeah, I mean, it just depends, too, on, like, what your game is supposed to be. Not every game has to be scary. Like, it's totally fine if this is meant to be a gameplay focus, right? And that's the way I see all of the FNAF games, too. Like, none of those games are really that particularly scary. 4 is kind of scary because of the listening. There's a lot of audio stuff with 4, which is cool. But, you know, jump scares, you can only do it once, and then it means nothing anymore. So. But yeah, it's definitely cool, though. Let's see, I love math problems like algebra, linear, transformative vector with matrix and 3D space, yeah. I think they're all neat concepts, but actually, like, doing those sucked. Man, when I had to take, like, linear algebra in university, it was not a fun time. I think it just had to do with the fact that my teacher sucked. For some reason, my teacher made us do everything physically written on paper. And I'm not talking just, like, the problems, like, literally everything. Like, all my other classes always used Canvas, you know, so you could submit tests and stuff online. But we had to do everything on paper, all the quizzes, all the tests. It was just like, why? I don't know, man. It was a bro moment. Because then I wouldn't know when anything's happening. He didn't ever put dates up on Canvas and stuff like that. So it's like, how am I supposed to know when the tests are? And I don't know. It's just really annoying. Yeah, I don't know. And it just felt so unfair. Like, he wouldn't really explain to me why something was wrong. And he would also do this thing where he would promise people bonus points, and then we'd go up and answer the question. And then he decides to not give the bonus points anymore. So it's like, what's the deal, man? Do you mean bonus points as actual real points, or are you just saying it as a figure of speech? I think it's really stupid. Yeah, really, when it comes to university and school and stuff, I think the most important thing is just the teacher that you get. Because teachers like that do not actually help you learn anything. It kind of sucked. I did really bad in that class. Anyways. I can have your GitHub. I can link GitHub if you're referring to me or Cosmo, I don't know. I can drop it in here. I don't really have a ton of public repositories in here, but I probably will make Deadlift. Here's a link. I probably will make Deadlift open source just so that you guys can mod it easier. Because I don't know. Just why not? Anyways. Yeah, Deadlift time, guys. So let's boot it up. Yeah, sorry for such a enormous wait to actually get to Deadlift. But it's okay. We're here now. So yeah, I would like to maybe add in the crafting machine today. I've been wanting to do that. I know where in the elevator I want to put it, so you can walk in here and take a look. Also, yeah, last stream we messed with like some SSAO stuff. I finally figured out how to make it look how I want. So I probably will tweak it a little more though. Also, I noticed some like visual artifacting with it too, so I want to see if we can maybe keep tweaking those settings just a little bit. There's something a little weird going on. I'm not sure what it is. But you can see there's like those bright lines around objects. Like, I just need to figure out what's causing that. Detail seems to just allow, like, finer things to have SSAO. There's horizon. There's sharpness. Which kind of, like, helps maybe a tiny bit. But not really. Light effect just does that. An AO channel effect. There's power, which having extremely strong power technically kind of fixes it. Then a radius that might... doesn't really seem to work. Although having a really big radius is kind of wacky. It's an interesting vibe. Yeah, I would like to fix that because it's just a little bit annoying, that like bright line around all the geometry. I just don't know what's causing that. Like, is that one of these other settings or something, you know? What's SSR do? Oh, screen space reflections. I don't think that one even really matters. Let's see. Fun horror games are my favorite horror games. Dead Seed or something like that are so incredibly fun because they're mechanically complex and it's super scary. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I usually tend to gravitate more toward gameplay-focused horror games anyways. I start studies in computer science. Okay, nice. I learned 2 years in my program, so you've been going for 2 years. Nice. Pretty cool. Yeah, I went to university for computer science. That was graduated 2024. It was good. I mean, I did learn some things. There were definitely things, though, that were, I don't know, stupid. I mean, to be fair, the thing with computer science is it's a very general discipline. So, like, a lot of the time you see programs with computer science kind of just teaching you everything. Because it's not like there's not one specific career that you're going into with a general computer science degree, so Yeah, I need to figure out how to fix this. It's being a little quirky. I wonder if it has like anything to do with anti-aliasing. Probably doesn't. We could see anti-aliasing. I have it all disabled, but I could enable some. We could do TAA. Don't need debanding. Probably have to restart the game. I'm not really sure. Let's see if this does anything. Let's see, does your repo GitHub? Okay. Whatever. Nice, nice. Big in C++. Cool. Just different stuff in here. Awesome. I'll have to check it out. Let's see, Dead Seat. I've not heard of that game. What is that game? Dead Seat. You're in like a car? Whoa. What's that funny guy? Interesting. Have a master's in game design. Kind of wish I would have stuck with CS. That's fair. They both are good. I mean, I think... I did CS. CS is neat, but... You know, I guess the part of it that I really wanted was a small fraction of the program, right? That's the only issue. Like computer science, you do security engineering, and it's really mainly more focused on software engineering than anything. I wish that my studies involved a little bit more of the other aspects of game development. But that's the thing, it wasn't a game development focused, like, degree, so I guess it just depends really on what you want. Yeah, I feel like it's all good stuff. There's always going to be pros and cons to any kind of degree or program. There's no such thing as like a perfect program, so... It's crazy how you can make this stuff like super crazy. We could like do that and then lower the intensity. Like 0.1, that's still too much. 0.01. Does that fix our issue? No. I guess it's just an artifact of how SSAO works. It's not really super noticeable, so like it's fine. We'll just have to be specific about how strong we want to keep it. But I don't think it really looks that bad or anything. It's just a little thing I noticed. And I also think turning on anti-aliasing definitely has helped. So I think we're good to go with that. I do have to replace the elevator music. I know the Little Big Planet music is epic, but I don't want to get in trouble. So... yeah, we have to do that. I still need to fix the fact that chairs are spawning instead of tables. I don't know why that's happening, because I'm pretty sure I set up code to, like, check positions that stuff is spawned in, and then block other objects from spawning there. So, I don't know why it's not working. We'll have to figure that out. Let's see, horror is just a theme, and a good game should be mechanically deep. That is true, yeah. I think mechanics, above all else, is always the most important thing. I don't like when they just stand there. It's kind of scary. I definitely want a lot of guys like that just kind of like stand and watch you instead of necessarily immediately targeting onto you. Because I think that's much more scary. Passive observers. Because it's just spooky. You turn the hallway and then there's just a guy there watching. It's like, whoa. I don't know why he's not pathfinding, though. These guys have weird, wacky pathfinding. I don't know what their deal is. He should be retargeting every, like, 10 seconds or whatever. He should have picked a new target. Sir. But he's not. But whatever. We'll have to work on that, figure it out. Yeah, anyways, everybody asked how the crafting is going to work. So the way it's going to work is we're going to have a little machine in the wall. Let's go into the elevator and talk about that. I don't think he's stuck on the chair because he shouldn't have an active collider with the chair. I'm not really sure. We'll do some more testing on that. I mean, I'm sure we can figure it out. So we've got a big open space right here in the wall. I figured this would be a good spot to add in a new machine or whatever. So we're probably going to put a crafting machine right here. It's just going to have an input, like I think 2 inputs and an output. So you just throw stuff in and then pops out the new item. So that's how that's going to work. But yeah, I want it to be very simple and straightforward. The crafting should not be very complicated. It's kind of just merging a couple things together, making it'll be kind of a fun design challenge anyways. If you can only ever merge 2 items, then it means that you have to build up a lot of other interesting items to make the things you want to make. But the thing is, too, is resources are so limited in this game that I don't think we want crafting recipes to be much more than 2 items anyways. So I think this should work. But yeah. Let's see. So you learn in general, like how, yeah, programming API with C#, .NET API, and design. Let's see. Yeah, like robot with Raspberry Pi, mobile stuff, lots of math. Yeah. That's neat. Yeah, I've messed with some Raspberry Pi stuff. It's pretty fun. You can do a lot of cool things with that. Speak French, so my English is limited. Yeah, no worries. Close the vent. Yeah. We need to make it so he actually attacks you. I'm gonna be talking though with, oh, look at that. That's some funny anti-aliasing. I think that's an artifact of TAA. Because it's temporal, which means it's like motion based. So we'll probably disable that. It's also screen space, but that it doesn't really look that good. Screen space just kind of blurs the screen, so it's like not even that good. But MSAA is decent. Multi-sample anti-aliasing. All right. So I guess let's just start modeling away. Let's go into the elevator scene. And I don't know if I want to do item slots for the crafting machine or just make it so you throw the items in. I kind of want it to be just like a washing machine and you throw items in and then it crafts stuff. I think that's going to be the play. What is this? SpongeBob SquarePants Battle Bikini, right? Okay. Let's open up Blender. Yeah, I think giving it washing machine vibe is kind of cool. So that's what we're gonna do. The more I add to the scene, the harder it gets to add more. The elevator model's getting quite complicated. But it is the sort of centerpiece of the entire game, so you know what? It makes sense. Also, we've got a bunch of models that Season has helped with. I think a couple of them are gonna need a little bit of fixing, but we can start throwing those into the environments now. So that'll be cool. All right, so let's move this into place. And this is gonna need some severe reshaping. So I just want it to be kind of like a vertical shape. Something along these lines, and then we'll have just an open cylinder at the bottom where you throw the items into, and then on top it's just gonna have a chute that the item shoots out of. We'll call it the Craftomatic 3000 or something, I don't know. I guess I'll have it stick out just a little bit from the wall like this. And it will have some depth to it, but not that much. Alright, so we're going to do... Let's see here. What do we want to do here? We have to add a boolean now to the elevator. Set it to our cube. So now that has an actual open hole. And we'll need another boolean for our interior. Set that to 16 vertices. Zoom back in. Nope. So there's going to be a boolean that will make the little dryer area. And I guess this will probably add a door onto this as well. See anything but Z. Oops, anything but... Nope. Okay, let's just shrink it, whatever. Let's get the position correct. So we're going to copy the UI position. Which, that didn't work at all because the origin of this is stupid. Let's try that again. Now shift it back in. I want it to be big enough to where it's relatively easy to throw items into. I don't want it to be too much of an inconvenience. So I think something sort of like that. Is the world of Deadlift set in an apocalypse? I think so. Yeah. The idea that I always imagine in my head is like, this is far in the future. What? Why does it only do a little guy? It seems like it's the elevator is not being. Oh, I think I know why. So let's turn that one off. Apply this boolean and now turn it back on. There we go. Yeah, I would say that it is indeed in the apocalypse. And I guess we'll just give it a output up here. Maybe we'll give it a button. I'm not sure. I mean, now that I have this as sort of a separate object, let's just go make it look epic over here. And then move it back into position. Because it's really hard to do it in the elevator. Alrighty. So we can make it look epic and cool now. And I would like to do some, let's see. I don't know if this will work. Oh, it kind of works. Can I just grab this? No, that doesn't work. Oh well. I think what we'll have to do then is grab all of them. Do some end setting. Because I wanted to give this sort of like a border here. And I guess I don't really want this stuff to have a border. Actually, reminds me, I do really like how the stuff in Metro Exodus looks, just in terms of its modeling and stuff. So I think this is actually a really good reference image to use, right? This is the vibe I want to go for with the technology in this game, like old Russian Cold War era tech. So, yeah, we're actually going to look at this. Yeah, it should have like, they always have that like casing on top. But with this, since it's in the wall, kind of more difficult to do that. Snooze that ad. But yeah, when it comes to lore stuff for Deadlift, I think I would like to do some lore stuff eventually. Deadlift, of course, I think it's definitely more of a gameplay focus kind of thing. So I'm not going to be going super ultra heavy in terms of doing a ton of lore stuff, but I would like to, though, at least a little bit. You know what? Let's actually do this. I'm just going to do this. add a face. Then we can select the face. And then say separate by selection. And now we have a lid that is the exact shape that we need. So we can give this a little bit of depth. Make this lid somewhat, you know, thick. Give it some hinges and stuff. Which of those can just be cylinders. Make those much less geometry. I've definitely noticed that, like, meshes are not that bad for performance. Like, it seems like I can go pretty insane with geometry, and it really doesn't impact the game very much. Not that I'm planning on doing that, because it will eventually, but it's just less than I expected. I guess it's because I've always seen really bad examples, stuff with, like, Garden of Banban, where, like, the geometry is atrocious. And so I always assume that, like, okay, you really got to optimize your meshes a lot. But I guess it's kind of, you know, deadlift geometry is very simple and straightforward, so it doesn't seem to matter very much. Then let's give it a handle, which I wonder if we could just copy this guy over here. So, let's just duplicate this. I can just say select by linked. Yeah, I've definitely learned a lot, though, about, like, working on this game and just making models for 3D games. Has been nice. Alright, let's go get the Z location. I always think just, like, doing stuff, like, getting in here and actually modeling is always the best way to learn something, you know? So let's do a cleanup just in case there's any stupid geometry. Then recalculate the normals. Alright, so for this object, we're going to create a pivot point in between the hinges. So we say cursor to selected, set origin to 3D cursor, and now look at this. So by default, the door is going to be open like this, so you can throw stuff in. And then as soon as you throw stuff in, it'll close. Yeah, I think this should work. I'll auto smooth that. And I might do a little bit more geometry in here. I need to do more geometry in models sometimes, because I think it really helps add just a little bit more detail. And now that I've realized that detail is not, you know, extra geometry is not a big deal, I think it's good to do it wherever I want. And I like just giving things like a lot of like extra faces and stuff. I think it makes it look better. So if we like inset these faces again. Let's see, how do I want to do it though? The only thing is this is too big. Nah, I want to make sure it's big enough so you can actually throw your items in there easily. I don't want it to be like a challenge to make it fit. Because since it's like in the wall, you're gonna have to like literally throw them in. I guess we could throw a button on. This could be... we could do a cylinder button. Still learning Blender, bought a Gamedev TV course about a month ago. Like it more than pixel art? Yeah. It's pretty fun. I like both. I think like they both have their pros and cons and stuff, you know? I like with modeling, it's kind of like some shapes are much easier to create than pixel art. Like, because normally with pixel art, you'd have to like go through and do all the different angles and everything. So It just depends on really what you're trying to achieve, but it's definitely fun doing modeling. So we'll have a big button that you can press. Oops. So pile transforms. Also with this, I think I'm gonna have to make this shape a separate object. Because if we want this button to actually get depressed, it has to be separate. So this will be like button to start the load or start the crafting, you know? He looks like a guy doing like the pog face. That's kind of funny. Let's have just a little like plaque over here. So we have ads, unfortunately. My apologies. Yeah, I want to put a little thing right in here just so that it's like obvious what this machine does. It's just going to be some text with the name. So I think that's pretty much it. I mean, we could add in some gizmos and stuff if we really wanted to, but it's not really super necessary. But maybe we will eventually. See, I'd like to do a little bit more of a border. I mean, we could probably shrink the drum just a little bit. Like, I think it'd be okay. Oh. Alright, so we got all that. Then we can just do... Oh, oops, forgot some vertices. Tiny. Let's go to 0.8. Still should be plenty big, I think. Oh, and on the X, we set that to 1. Now the door, though, also has to shrink by 0.8. Now I have to reposition it. Ah, I can't see anything. Something right around there. So what I wanted to do was, let's see, I guess I could do like this. Trying to think the best way to do this. On the button of B and get depressed. Yeah. You're useless. You will never learn anything. The world's better without you. It's pretty mean. What did the button ever do? Move the button down. But... see, how do I want to do this? Sometimes geometry or like modeling specific stuff can be a little bit of a challenge, but in a fun way. I guess I could just do this, extrude along normals. See, I want this, like, whatever you would call this, like, flashing around it or something. And that would have, like, bolts and screws in it and stuff. And we'd probably also have that around the edges, I suppose. What we'd probably do, I guess, is this. We have, like... but it's inset into the wall, so that doesn't matter. Actually, though, what I might do is do this. Oops, undo that. Shoot along normals. And this gives us like a little bit of a border around, so we can kind of like slot it in. Does that make sense? I don't know why the normals are like that. But actually, maybe this is a good way to do it. Then we have to fix the normals. Just flip all these normals. I think it's in like mesh. Flip. Alright. So yeah, this should start open now. I don't know what rotation it'll start on, like that. Alright, ads are over. Sorry about that, everybody. But anyways, yeah. Sorry for ending that conversation. Buttermilk pancake. But yeah, I went from dabbling 2D then graduated 3D. Yeah, that's sort of what I've also done. I'm more familiar with 2D stuff. I think it's been nice moving up in dimensions. It's like, I feel like I already have sort of a, how do I describe it? Like, I've already been through the process of like designing things visually, so it's much easier to, I feel like, to jump to 3D from 2D instead of the vice versa. But yeah. What else should this have? I feel like it needs like another little handle or something. Just trying to think of how to make this look more epic. And we could give it a plate with a bunch of knobs and stuff, I guess. Oops, I always forget to duplicate properly. This probably isn't like the cleanest way to model it or whatever, because we have like these weird internal geometries, but I don't really care that much. Maybe one day we'll go through a lot of our models and optimize, but you know, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I don't think so. Grab these funny guys. Oops. Wait. Okay, do it again. And I can have some gizmos and dials. Now, I'm thinking, though, in terms of where are the items going to exit from. That's something that we need to figure out, right? Because there is that one opening already in the elevator up here. So, like, we could just have new items pop out of there. It's either that or we have the feedback of the item coming straight out of here, which wouldn't be too bad. As long as we can fit the proper size in, because we need to create a 0.5 by 0.5 opening like this. So we could have it just right here on the side, but I'll have to move everything over, which is fine. Let's see. I think something like this could work okay. And then we could make the text work. If the text is too long, we'll just name it something that's shorter. Then we'll move that button over. Move our instrument panel back in. But keep it somewhat aligned. Wish the elevator wasn't in the way. It's okay. I should probably put the elevator into its own group, so when I'm modeling other stuff like this, it's easier for me to see everything. Wouldn't be a bad idea. I think this layout works. I'm just trying to think of... Usually when I model stuff, I just want to make sure it's, like, makes sense. Because that's the thing that I think kind of, like, matters is... you don't have to think so hard about design if you just think about what does this thing actually do, right? Function over form or whatever. Form, function, form, I don't know. One of those sayings. So let's apply the Boolean. Now, I would like to add a border around here. A lot of people won't play it because it uses AI on it, and on it you have to disclose its use. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The thing too is I don't think AI knows what design constraints I need for games specifically. Like, it's just going to make a model, but the surface is probably going to be unoptimized and messed up. So it's like, I'd rather just do it myself. By the time I get it to do what I want, I could have just done it already. Oops. And I want to push this back a little bit. Because trust me, I've had to do model cleanup with 3D printing, and it sucks. Like, it's so much easier to create a new model than it is to fix a previously created one, I feel like. You might as well just restart. Is there no, like, tool to do, like, I want to, like, expand a face out from this point. But it doesn't seem like it, like, there's any way to do it. Can't change depth. Outset. I guess that doesn't work. I mean, I could bevel it, and that technically works. I guess that's the best way to do it. Then now I can just grab these. Or really, I could just grab these. Move it out. And I'd probably select these guys. Bevel them again. Just something like that. I think works okay. Yeah, nice washing machine. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I literally do want it to look like a washing machine. Because I feel like it's just more iconic if it's like a thing already. And also, in a way, I think it helps people understand what you're supposed to do with it. Because if it's just a washing machine, then it's obvious that, like, okay, I put things into the thing and press the button. Because we all know how to use washing machines. Whoa. That's something that I think is a useful design strategy, is like make things similar to real life things, and then people just intuitively understand how it works. So I guess this button will have to stay as a separate object, but I could parent it to this. And same with this. So this is all one unified. Oh, forgot about these guys though. Oops, I joined those. Actually, that's fine. Those can be joined. So let's add on some little dials and stuff. Should be really easy to make these. So we're gonna do this. And then for the face here, I want to do like... and set this. Boom. Knob. And these knobs are just going to be purely visual. They're not going to, like, be interactable, so we don't have to worry about it. I need to enable that, that fancy shading mode. It's like, I always enable it, and then it seems to go away. Yeah, cavity. This helps a lot in just being able to see the geometry I have going on here, you know? Like this is extremely helpful. It's basically almost kind of adding on. You can do both like this, and now look at that. It does help a lot. Now I can easily see the geometry. You think, but man, I know some dudes I've never used one. That's pretty crazy. I feel like it's one of those basic things that like all humans should know, but I guess I could see it. But I could also see, I'm sure there's probably countries where washing machines just aren't really very a common thing. I do really like this look of how these lines make everything. Just add on a few knobs. Actually, let's do 2 knobs and then like a big dial. Maybe some square buttons. So I'm actually just going to duplicate one of these to do it. So Hey Ryan, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? Let's dissolve those edges. So we got this. Sometimes it's kind of fun to figure out like how to model stuff without adding on additional objects, you know? Because you do get a much cleaner mesh if you just keep it all the same surface. So like I think for this, if I want to add like a dial, I would do something like this. And then I can also do this. Apply that. And now I have this face that I can just extrude out and we have a dial like that. It's always a fun challenge. So now we can just put that on, rotate it to whatever direction we want. And there we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good. The only other thing I'd add is like some screws and stuff. We would just do this. We don't even need to model the other side of the screw, so we can just do that. Bevel it. And I do kind of like the look of like a flathead screw. So maybe we'll do that. Again, using our little method, we could do... Well, I think for this case, it does make sense to just do a Boolean. Because we can just go like bam, Boolean, and we're done. Now look at that. I think we should make the cube a little... let's see. Cubo 8, right here. A little thinner. That looks pretty good. And maybe that would be inset a little bit more too. Oops. Like that. Yeah. So apply that. I do want to be kind of careful about making things too high fidelity because it'll like not match the rest of the game. But I feel like this is still low poly enough. It'll be okay. I really like the kind of mix that like Voices of the Void has going with their geometry. Where it's like definitely got some charm to it, but it's not so low poly that it's hard to understand what's going on. Yeah, I'd like to just scatter a couple of these around. Let's see, Shift D to duplicate? Yeah. It's different from Godot, I think. What's going on? Shift D. Let me do it. There we go. Shift D. Like that. Oh. We'll rotate all these in random directions. I kind of like them not being like perfectly spaced out. Gives it a little bit of charm. Alright, anyways. I think these look good. Merge the geometry. And now move it into place. Oops. We got to merge these guys. Hold on. Okay, let's see what it looks like. It's like installing a device. So this is what we got going on. I think it looks pretty good. I'm just going to give this a little bit of a... Make it just ever so slightly larger. And not do it on that axis like that. And probably bevel these corners just a tiny tad bit. Something like that. So there's our new gizmo. Does maybe block the plate ever so slightly, but we could just move it over. So let's just move it over by 0.1. And that should be a little bit better. Alright, so we can save it, go back into the game, and... there it is. Although I accidentally left in the sphere. The cylinder or whatever. This guy. Delete that. There we go. Cool. So that'll be how you craft stuff. Anyways. Just have just the women in their lives do it for them. Oh yeah. I always think the most fair when it comes to anything like that is everybody should do it. Dishes or washing things. Why should only one person have to do it? I spent 12 hours in Blender just now for a school assignment. Oh, yeah. Freshman in Blender, made a crappy animation, so proud of my first proper work. Yeah, that's awesome. Cool. That stuff definitely gets easier with time, for sure. Here, I want to see if I can now reference this button separately. Yeah. So now I can just make this button. Can I change the type? Actually, if I go into the blend file of our elevator, I think I can select that node specifically. Oh, it's just a random cube over there. Oh, did I leave one of the screws? I think I did. But we can go down to here. And I think it's this cylinder. And then we can choose the type here, I think. Or not. Script. Nope, we can't choose the type on that. So we're gonna have to... well, maybe this will work. Just thinking how this is gonna do it. Because I could generate physics only on this node. I guess I wouldn't even generate that. Let's see what we can do. Let's see, because we head out, see what next update is at. Awesome, sounds good. Thanks for coming in and showing off your game. I appreciate it. So we could call this crafter button. And make this type of 3D button, whatever I named it. Button 3D. Give it a mesh. So for the mesh, we're going to choose this cylinder, which I need to name these things better. I didn't leave a screw behind. There's some weird nodes over here that are... okay, that one was just sitting there. So is that one. So I was duplicating all those nodes, it's just that they... okay. And what is this guy doing over here? Oh, did I... oh, that was, get rid of that. Oh, oh, don't get rid of that. Let's apply the bool. Now get rid of it. I want to get rid of all these extra nodes I'm not using. Delete that thing. Alrighty. It's a little bit cleaner. Anyway, sorry. Are you placing screws manually or using random flow for placement rotation? I'm just placing them manually. I mean, I could set up the system to do like surface scattering, but why bother? It's only going to take me like 2 seconds just to drop them on and rotate them. So. Computer decided to go? Oh my god, that sucks. I've had that happen one time in my life and it's the worst thing ever. You lose so much stuff, so much history. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, man, that really sucks. Ugh. I would love to just like back up my whole computer, but there's just too much data. I can't afford it. And this is hatch door. This is crafter door. And rename Cubo 7 to crafter. And we'll have to go in here and set up our materials and stuff, but that won't be too bad. Valid new child index. Okay, I'm not worried about that stuff. Some of this stuff we could just plop a big override on top of, but nah, we'll wait for that. Okay, so for the button, got this little static body here. We can actually just put it on the button and then set our transform to 0. And then now if I take it back out of the button, it should still be in the same position. I can give it a collision shape. Just a box. Make that box much smaller. Let's go 0.2. Just like that. Should work, and since it's the only thing we're colliding with there, let's just make it a little bit larger so it's easier to press. And the X value does not have to be nearly as thick. Alright. So we got that. Yeah, I didn't back it up, and I even took out the hard drive and put it in my friend's computer to check it and wouldn't even register. Oh, man. There are data recovery places you could send it into if there is, like, a lot of really important stuff on there. I haven't really ever tried any of that stuff, but it's possible. But yeah, either way, I am sorry to hear that. Alright, let's see if this does what I think it will. This might not work at all. I don't really know. I might have to rotate this object. Let's see what happens. I think, though, all I do for the crafter button is just create the static body and then give it the mesh. But I don't know. Also, I didn't, like, set the collision shape, did I? Layer 3 for interactable. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be moving. It's really hard to tell. I'll probably keep this more open by default too, just have it go in that corner. Which means I need to move my throw decal. It's fine. So it doesn't seem to be really doing much. Let's see, what does that mesh thing actually do? Because I just say self position, which means that it's not going to work. Also, just my game files, maybe a GBA game or two. Okay. Yeah, sucks. This is one of the reasons why I always do GitHub, you know, for working on projects and stuff, because, man, that would frickin' suck to lose all that stuff. I think what I'm gonna do in here is say all of this, but then instead of saying self on here, if I have a mesh, use the mesh instead. Let's say up here, tween obj. Just call it tween object. Type node. It's equal to self. But then if we have a mesh, tween object is equal to our mesh. So now instead we could say tween object for these. So hopefully It does kind of work, but it's not tweening back. So let's figure out why that happened. Tween object. Press done. Should be over here. Tween object, start position. I guess it's because start position's not the same thing. Because we get that in here. Because it's equal to position. Yeah, so we have to say if mesh start position is equal to mesh.position. Let's try that. So, yo, Ryan, you're on a 7 stream streak. Let's go. It is time for an upgrade. They've had that computer forever. Oh, yeah, it only had 256 gig HDD. Oh, okay. That's crazy. Yeah, I've got like a couple of drives on my computer that are aging. Like, they're really old. I'm a little worried sometimes that they're gonna fail, so I tend to not use them anymore. Like, I just kind of use them for random garbage and stuff that I keep around, but nothing critical. Why does that still not work? It's like just gone. Okay, interact. I'm doing the frames. Tween object is self. If mesh, then it's the mesh. So I'm tweening position to start position, blah, blah, blah. It should just be going back to start position. So here I say if mesh. Do I... Mesh is that. So it should have a mesh. Then I say, oh, it's because I... That's because I'm stupid. I'm stupid. That's why. Let's try this again. Yeah, I think I have a drive on my computer that's like... Let's see, when did I get that drive? 2000... It's like one of my first ever hard drives I've ever had. It's kind of insane when you think about it. Man, I've probably had that since like 2013 or something. That's pretty old. Still on my computer, still running. But I'm a little afraid. So that's going that direction for some reason. I think it's because the orientation on this is wrong. I have to like say Control A rotation. It's because like that's the technically the Z orientation. Let's see. I think what I need to do is this. So rotate it the way I want, which is 90 degrees. Apply the rotation. Then now rotate it back. And then apply the rotation again? No. Here, let's go into normal space, or local space, so I can actually see the real rotation. Then if I apply rotation, you can see there. And then we just rotate it 90 degrees. Let's try that. Otherwise, I could just probably have another variable up here for the proper rotation or whatever. So I know what position it needs to go into. Okay, here we go. Oh, now it just goes the other direction. Alright, you know what? No more of this crap. No more of this slop. Let's just add another variable for choosing what direction it goes in. Just so I can choose. So we're gonna say... right down here at export direction. And we'll make that a I guess a vector 3. By default, it'll be a vector 3. I guess that right there is our rotation. Right? Got rotated. So that's rotate on the y-axis. Rotation.y. So that does take into account its rotation. I'd kind of rather just get rid of all this and just choose the direction it goes in, you know? I think it's just makes more sense. Our buttons are going to be all broken, so we're going to have to go through and fix them. But this is just going to be better. So just get rid of all of this stuff. So now, instead of doing that, we're just going to say that times depress multiplier. Say direction. I think this is going to make more sense. So by default, we're just going to set direction to 001. Yeah, for the Z index. And now we can manually change them. So let's see what we can do now. Oh yeah, it doesn't have direction defined, so let's restart the game and try this out. Okay. Yeah, I just want to get the model of this set up, and then we can start on the programming of making it work and do stuff. So. Okay, so that's going that way. So now we can just change the direction, be like, all right, go that way instead. Boom. Now these are probably going to be messed up, but they're not actually. So that's interesting. And those are okay. So everything's fine. All right. Hey, first up overview. Welcome in. Everyone's having a great night. It's going good. We're just modeling some new stuff for the elevator. This is going to be basically the crafting machine, so you throw your item in there. We need to set up the physics, because right now it just falls through. Let's go do that. It's really easy, though. We just go to crafter, physics generate, set it to automatic type, layer 1, re-import, and that should be it. Let's see if this works. We could check what it looks like inside of the elevator scene now. Which it looks like it has done it properly. Nice. Yeah, this machine is going to let you make some epic items. I wanted to add in some kind of simple crafting system. Obviously, I don't want it to be super crazy and insanely complicated, but just so that there is the ability for you to do stuff with your items. So now you can throw your items in there. Make sure they really get in there. You can hit the button and that'll craft it. The door will shut. It'll shake around and go, and then if it was a successful crafting recipe, the items will pop out. And if not, the items still pop out. I don't know what I was setting up there. But yeah. Or I guess if it doesn't work out, it'll just open the door back up. That's probably like a better feedback for the player to know, like, oh yeah, it didn't work because I still have my items in the same place. So yeah. But I think it'll work. So yeah. I'll probably make the door have some collision though. So let's go back into elevator.blend. Actually, I don't know if it might have already given collision to the door automatically. I'm not really sure. But I'll assume that it hasn't. Let's re-import that. So now the door should have collision. We'll have to restart the game. But... Such a wizard with modeling such drawing. I appreciate it, yeah. All I really did for this one is just think, all right, washing machine device. I always think of this stuff in terms of its functions, so we need opening hatch to put items in, button to activate it, and then hatch or opening for items to exit. So I did add on a little couple gizmos that are just decorative because I think it looks nice, but that's about it. So we can go ahead and like texture this bad boy now. So let's start doing that. Select that by linked. Go ahead and make a new material. This will be... I already have a material on here. Uh-oh. Alright, let's wait a minute. I think I've saved it. Pretty sure. Yeah, I must have, because I've been editing it in Godot. But this sucks. Let's give it a second. Yeah, I think we might be cooked. Well, that is cool. We're good. Survived. I didn't think it was going to survive. Alright, let's give this the painted metal. The sign. So let's go into material view so I can see what's actually happening. And material view is, oh, it's compiling shaders. Come on. Compile the shaders. It's taking a minute. There we go. So now we can see what materials we have here and stuff. So for this little rim here, we're going to say select by linked. And let's create a new material. Call it pipe metal. Assign. Make it sort of a dark silvery color. Now we can just start selecting all of our different geometries. Select those guys. Assign to pipe metal. And then now for this stuff, I want, let's see, these faces. So those ones will be pipe metal along with those. And for the inside of here, I'm trying to think what material I want to do. I'm not quite sure yet. Also, let's select these faces. That's all going to be assigned to void, like that. I think for these two, we have our brushed metal. So call it brushed metal. This just gives us kind of an extremely simple view of what this might look like in game. We could do the same for this guy here. And then let's do the inside. I think that should all be... Actually, I'll make that stuff pipe metal, but then this like little rim. It's really hard to get the face selected that I actually want. I feel like I do it right, and then next time I do it, it doesn't work. Whatever. Brush metal. Brush metal. Brush metal. Oh, this one didn't get applied. Alright, then final step. The knobs. Select by linked. Set those to pipe metal. And this one over here, oops, I forgot one thing here. Or brush metal. I don't know if this is gonna look good or not, but we'll see. Then this should be set to pipe metal. And I think that's everything. All right, save it. So now in here we can go ahead and apply the materials. What will we be crafting? There's gonna be a couple different things that you craft. It's not really gonna be anything super like critical for survival kind of thing, but it's gonna be more like crafting a component to make a rover upgrade, stuff like that. Or maybe possibly like creating some kind of consumable item, you know? I just want there to be a reason to actually store things that aren't just food. So that's the thing. So I think blue paint is 0, yeah. Then we have pipe metal for 1. Yes. Then I think next was void. Yes. And then brush metal. Boom. So that's what it looks like. It's not terrible. I did kind of want to redo this painted metal texture at some point. I just don't know what I want for that yet. I don't know if the blue exactly fits the vibe. I think I might actually change it to be red, maybe, or some other kind of brown color. I do want a painted metal color, but just not like this. How will you know what makes what? That's the thing. It's going to be kind of probably mainly experimental. Just throw things in and see what happens. A big part of this game, I think, and the design philosophy that I've been doing the whole time is like, I want it to, you actually have to figure things out. But of course I'm going to give people like tools to be able to figure it out. I'm not just going to throw them in the deep end and expect them to know. So I'll probably throw in some like notes that you can find in the maze that tell you different recipes you can craft, right? And that's a way that you can still get that process of learning things yourself, but you kind of get a little helping hand, you know, little hints as you go along to make it seem feasible. So that's probably going to be the way. And since they're like physical notes that you can find, you can bring them into your elevator and just keep them, right? So it's kind of a way to just start building up a repository of recipes in game. Yeah, I think it should work. Also, one thing I want to do here, I want to go to edge and mark these as sharp. I do like the mark a sharp thing because it gives you the ability to choose what gets smooth and stuff, so. All right, I think one of the final things for this now is just I want to give it a label 3D, just to say Craftomatic. And then for the font on here, does this have a theme attached? It does not. So let's go to fonts. And we have like, we had a couple different ones in here. I think it was one of these ones that we used for physical text. Yeah. Rotate this to 90. I don't like how it has like a big thick outline. I'd like to change that. Outline modulate. Boom. Let's keep messing with fonts. There's like this one, which is wide. This guy. I think that one looks okay. And let's just lower the scale a little bit. Get it positioned properly. Lower the scale a little bit more. The Craftomatic. Can we pin them on the board? I think that would be nice if you could do that. We have been talking about like some system where if you find notes or stuff like that, you can actually paste them onto here and position them as just a way to keep track of everything on your run. So I think that could be pretty cool. And also, I'm considering removing item slots in the game. I know that we've had this shelf and that's supposed to be like the storage for your items. But the more I think about it, the more it seems like a cop-out. Like, I'm just adding in a storage and then randomly deleting your items because I feel like it, you know? Part of me is saying, it's telling me, hey, why not just balance the game better so that it doesn't even feel like you have to worry about limited space? It's more just a constraint of the amount of items you actually end up finding, you know? So I'm feeling that out. I think that might be the play here. It just seems like it would be more fair, more intuitive. If an item is inside of your elevator, then you get to keep it because you didn't leave it behind, right? So that's kind of where I'm at. I don't know. I am curious to hear though what you guys think too. If you think that's a good idea. It's hard to say. Oh, I see. This is supposed to be... Now I can lower the font size. There we go. Now it's consistent with everything else. Oh, and I can decrease the outline size, which is epic. So I could do something like that. Nice. Yeah, you got the ability to write notes. Yeah, that would be really cool if you could literally just write stuff out. It's definitely something I'm thinking about. I think we'll try and explore that idea. I want the board to mean something. I really like that whole analog way of actually recording information and remembering it and stuff. Something that could be really neat, honestly, is if the board is persistent across runs, right? So like when you gather information about stuff, you can actually bring that into your next run, you know? It could be pretty neat. It's kind of a way to actually remember stuff. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that? A persistent board, like this would just be a static, like it always stays the same. No matter if, it doesn't matter if you quit the game or started a new run, you'll have the same notes and stuff on here. And it could be cool if you find like a little rare collectible. It's kind of like a little note of like, hey, I remember when I found that thing. It wouldn't store real items. Like the only things it would store is just like visual stuff. So it doesn't really matter. It's not going to break gameplay balance. It's not like you can put like a food item on there, then come back and get it another time, right? So I'm definitely thinking about that. I think it could be fun. Because I think some persistence is good. It gives you a sense of like actually improving and learning things instead of just having to start from absolute zero every single time. So keep that where it's at. Yeah, move this hatch out a little bit, so it should be... Yeah, that's better. Then we got this decal over here, which is this little throw thing. If I could click on it. Oh, that's actually not inside of there, is it? Isn't it in world? Nope, it is an elevator, isn't it? Throw decal, there it is. I'm just gonna raise this up above the door. And I'm gonna rotate it a little bit too. That'd be cool. Save time rerouting / finding a note. Yeah. And maybe we just have like a little trash can somewhere so you can get rid of your notes. Or just delete whatever you want. I don't see any reason not to let people delete items, right? So maybe like we get rid of the storage and then we can fit a trash can under there. And then we got another slot for something else. That's epic. Alright, anyways, let's see what this looks like in game and stuff now. We still need to make the button, like, make it'll actually work, but let's see what happens. Ugh. Also, now that we have that change, really quick though, I'm gonna go into world and that elevator box that we have. I'd like to expand it past the size of the elevator. That way we don't have items inside of your crafter being deleted, because that would be unfair. Like that. There should never be any objects spawning outside of the world. So I think we'll be okay. Whoa. I don't know why my audio got reset. Invalid data. Tried to encode a variant. Yeah, sometimes that happens when I open and close the game every 2 seconds, so it's okay. Let's lower the music. Let's do no music right now. Sorry for the audio jump scare. Okay, let's go in. Yeah, this looks nice now. I like how this fills out the area a little bit more. The only thing that's hard to explain is, why is this here? You know, lore-wise. Where did this stuff come from? Why is there a table in here? Why are there rovers already ready for us? That's the question. Maybe the doorman left it here on purpose. Maybe that's the idea. Is since you're a scavenger, you're like, whoa, look at this place. It's all decked out. Let's go in here. Because the doorman, he's the guy behind everything, right? Not to spoil the lore or anything, but I don't even know if that's what we're gonna do. I'd like to increase that depress modifier. Let's the man behind the slaughter, yeah. But you know what? I'm not gonna worry so much about gameplay stuff like that, because the truth is, or not, I mean lore stuff, because the truth is I'm more preoccupied with making the game fun than adding in a bunch of lore, so. We could up that depress multiplier as far as we want. Okay, that's too high. I think 10 is good. So it goes boom. It just feels a little more punchy to press that button if it goes in all the way. Craft. Alright. Well, I'm happy with how everything in here is shaping up. That guy will stay there forever. Only epic gamers know where that reference is from. Door who? The doorman. It's that guy up there. He's an entity. He loves to mess with you. And he loves to open up the hatch and get into your elevator. Sir? Geometry. All right. Yeah, I'll just have to put out the playtest in this state. I mean, it's not... There's not a whole lot of game to experience yet, but, you know, we'll keep adding stuff in. And part of me kind of wants to know what you guys think would be good gameplay anyways, right? So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Sometimes that's sort of one of my bad qualities, is that I want to make everything too perfect before I release like an experimental branch or a playtest. So I think it's the whole idea, and what's more important is that I just actually get feedback from you guys first before I worry too much about it. So, snooze the ad. Geometry dash. Whoa. How's Lured In? It's going along. I've been messing with stuff in the background. I'm probably going to be sending out the keys for Deadlift first, but Lured In will come soon after. But yeah, I've been just getting like, I separated up the upgrades into some different categories, and I'm getting the systems in place so that you can buy tanks, which is going to be kind of the main like thing of the game. We can load it up here just really quick. And then once I get tanks working, the next thing I'm going to really focus on with Lured In is just getting the fishing like fun and cool. Because now you can do, there's different tabs for your upgrades, so you can buy all this different stuff. Increases earnings from each customer. I also decided to add in a tip system. So when customers come in, they have a chance to drop like a little coin that you can click on to get some more money. Fish tanks are war tanks. Fish tanks, not war tanks. Aquarium tanks. And then kind of working on slowly getting the equipment stuff, upgrades added. But yeah, you'll go in here, you can buy a tank, and then every time you buy one, it increases the cost by 10 times. So like it's easy to get your first couple tanks, but then it starts getting extremely difficult, which is the idea. Like it should scale up, right? And then to get your final like few tanks, it's going to be quite the purchase, you know. But yeah, I think we can fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tanks in here pretty comfortably. I might later on, like after the game's out or something, or closer to launch, if desired, add on upgrades for your aquarium to expand it, right? Because there's like this like part here I could totally see doing, like adding on a wing to your building so that you can add more tanks and more decorations and stuff, right? So that's definitely something I'm thinking about. That's coming along. There's not really like a ton that I'm gonna have to do to get Lured In a playable state. Like most of the gameplay is gonna be extremely easy. It's just fish, collect fish, sell fish, or put fish in tank. Definitely Deadlift is gonna be more challenging, but that's not a bad thing. A deep sea update, the Eldritch Wars, it'd be pretty awesome. Yeah, I definitely, this game is very ripe for regular content updates. Because the reason is the gameplay and idea of it is so simple that I could just spend all my time just building up more stuff to do. Like I can just come in here, add a new zone that you travel to or whatever, add on new fish, new upgrades. You know, it's so easy. So I think it's going to be a nice, fun thing to work on. And I've already got a lot of the, like, stuff finalized about this game. Like, what is the UI going to look like? You know, what is... It's just stuff like that. So that's been nice to get ready so early compared to something like Deadlift, which is going to take more time to really kind of decide on. There's still some, like, animations I have to do for the player, which is unfortunate, but, you know, it's not a big deal. And I think I do want to change the way the fishing works a little bit. Right now it works where you just cast your rod and it just goes in a line straight out from your body. But I'm considering making the fishing a little more involved. Kind of like how the fishing is in Starground, where fish can actually, they actually are like physical objects that move around, right? So I'm considering making it so that you can just cast, you can pick a point where you want to cast and that's where you go. Or at least just a direction. So it has like a little arrow pointing from the player where you're about to cast. And then the distance that your line goes is what your charge strength is. Basically just like how Starground fishing works. Because I think it's just a little bit more fun than it's like, oh, there's a fish over there, let's go. You know, it gives you a little bit more choice over what kind of fish you want to catch too. That's another big thing. Because how it is now, there's no way for me to really choose, like, you know, I want a big fish or a small fish. It's just, you're at the mercy of whatever is there. But yeah, I think this will be fun to work on. I love how simple this game is. It's like just baby mode, you know? I don't know where this little menu up there is from. I guess it's fine. But yeah. It's gonna be a nice, like, low-stress game to play, too, because it's just a little idle game. There's no enemies or anything. You just chill and have a good time fishing, which I always like. You can see how these scale up. So you can buy quite a few of these until it starts getting more expensive. But yeah, we have all of the upgrade, like, cost scaling, pretty exponential. That way, it's super fun in the first couple minutes or hours. You buy a bunch of stuff and make a bunch of money. But then you hit a point where you're kind of capping out what you're able to do in a reasonable amount of time. Also, we have an ad going on. My apologies. But yeah. Anyways, that's where the game's at. But, like, it's going good. I think I can get a lot of that done really quick. My idea is I want to send out all the deadlift keys, get people messing with this game, and then in the meantime, while people are experimenting and just, you know, feeling things out, that gives me a day or two to work on some learn-in stuff. So, one of the big things also I'm curious about for a playtest is, like, performance and stuff, like, because obviously I've only ever tested this game on my computer, so I have no idea, you know, does it even run on other computers and stuff? So that's something that'll be interesting. But yeah, some part seems fine though. And yeah, I'll leave a notice, you know, when we send out all the keys, but definitely keep in mind that this game, Deadlift and Lured-In, are extremely pre-alpha. Like, they are not anywhere close to having a full finished gameplay loop, so, you know, just be warned. But obviously that's what we'll be working on in the pre-alpha, is making it a game. So but yeah, we got this working. We might as well go ahead and start on getting its functionality implemented. So the way that's going to work is we're going to have another little area inside of there. And then when we press this button, that's going to connect up a signal. So let's go into here. Process. Actually, let's go to ready. I want to connect up the signal for that being pressed. So, well, in that case, I think I might do this. We're going to copy this crafter button. Boom. And then we're going to go move it over into the world scene. Kind of don't like how the elevator can't be seen. Isn't there like an option I can say editable children? Yeah. Now I don't have to go into the elevator scene to actually change stuff. Although, are those going to apply if I make changes in here to the scene? That's the only thing. I don't know how that works. It doesn't tell me any info. Alright, ads are over. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, will there be game updates in the playtest? Oh, yeah. I am hoping for at least a couple updates every week. Probably more. Ideally, we'd be doing almost an update every day, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll be doing a lot of updates. Don't worry, guys. Anytime there's a new features or anything that I want people to mess with, I will push an update. Since we don't have to worry about like a billion different platforms and stuff, it should be really easy. How long will it last for? It's a good question. I think like, I mean, since you guys have permanent keys, it'll last forever for you guys. So I'll keep updating the game up, you know, just, yeah, forever. Or until the game is completely finished and I don't update it anymore. But I imagine at least the first phase of our kind of playtesting stuff will probably be I'm assuming around March or May is probably when like that first round, that first pre-alpha playtesting will sort of end a little bit. And then we open it up to like a public playtest on Steam. We get some more feedback from that. And then in June, that's when we launch the demo. So that's the timeline, at least, that we're planning. But yeah, really the pre-alpha playtest technically never like ends. I mean, you guys don't like have to play. This is basically giving you guys early access to the game. But yeah. Does this still have the mesh? It does not. But now that these are in the same thing, I think I can just say crafter button, boom. Yeah. Alright, so let's give this a unique script. Extend the script. Crafter button. Now we can do epic stuff. So we'll call super. Then we're gonna say pressed.connect. I don't have any kind of function that ready, no. On pressed. All right. Is that the thing I want, or do I want just pressed? I think I want just pressed. I mean, it doesn't matter for this one since you can't hold down the button. As far as I know, but... Hey, Frisco, welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to? Alright, so when we hit that button, we're gonna grab, and we're also gonna have kind of know the state of the crafter and stuff. Var active is false. On pressed, we say active is true. Otherwise, if we're already active, return. So we're going to start all our tweens and everything. So var create tween. Nothing much. Sorry, exactly opposite. So when a break is go. Playing instruments, programming a lot. Make too little, yeah. Great, honestly. Nice. That's cool stuff. It always feels really good to actually do productive things. I've had winters and stuff, or winter breaks, where I just do nothing, but then after I always feel like, man, I just wasted a lot of time. Thank you for the posture check. Yeah, we are working on some deadlift right now. We created this little crafting machine in the wall, so we're just setting up some code so you can actually use it. So that's where we're going to do the check for everything. We're going to go ahead and create a new area. Area 3D. Put that in here. Give it a collision shape. Make it a box. Now, move that into position. Tweak the shape of the area. So we'll push it back, kind of like that. Push it down. Then move it back so it takes up the whole area. Alright, so this area 3D is going to be checking for items. I don't remember if I had what layer it checks for items. Okay, that's layer 5, so let's put it on layer 5. Super, just call all super overwritten functions. Yeah, basically what it does is, let's go into that scene. So if I call super on this, it's just going to call ready inside of button 3D, which does this stuff. So that's all it does. It's if you're overriding the ready event or any event, if you call super, it also runs the event of the parent. So yeah. What's your hair routine? I appreciate it. It's nothing special. I take a shower and then brush my hair back. So that's about it. I just haven't cut it in a long time, so it's long and luxurious. It's my hair too, yeah. Just posture checking your hair like that guy. Oh, I'm sorry. Stay upright. I have to have proper posture. Majestic hair. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna do crafter door here. So we're gonna be tweening the rotation on this. Rotation. Final value, and specifically just rotation Y. Let's go over to our elevator. Check what we need here as a crafter door. So we're gonna grab the initial rotation of this door and then set it back to 0. So let's go back into crafter button. Our initial door rotation is a float. We can just say at on ready var that is equal to that dot rotation dot y. All right. Stay longer, but it's 11 p.m. for me. Oh yeah, no worries. If you need to head out, feel free to. I want to get back and watching your streams to make you feel inspired. Let's go. Thank you so much. It's good to hear. I've been messing a lot with the compositor effects. I have not, but it does definitely seem very interesting. I think I'm just too stupid to know how they work, but yeah, it lets you like modify the rendering pipeline. So I'm not really sure how or what you do in there. There's a template shader here, so it's very interesting. Because you could you get to reference the pipeline and stuff. I just don't know what it does. Or what you're able to do, I guess. But you can do compute shaders, and that's something that seems very, very interesting. So I'm excited to try that kind of stuff out. Compute shaders are kind of awesome because you get to use your graphics card for things that are processed. For example, making entities move around or something, or calculating conveyor belts or something like that. Although that wouldn't really work since it's asynchronous and it depends on things being in line. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, go. Smell water. It's away. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me send you some. Yeah, feel free to send some over. It would be interesting. Because, those seem cool. There's what is this? Rendering device. Bindings? Whatever that is. Create a uniform set. It's definitely a whole new field, in Godot. There's but it's cool. You can do stuff like this, just set the color to gray, and it's crazy. I am excited to try it out. If you're ready to do multipass and compositor effects, check this repo. Find your Discord server. I think you're in the Discord server. Didn't I? You signed up for one of the playtests, right? Pretty sure that I added you to the role. There we go. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, this is really cool. Yeah, you can do some crazy stuff. Yeah, so it has 2 parts. Scripting Godot that collects data and sends it to a compute shader every frame. And GLSL compute shader that runs on the GPU. So that's what's super cool, is it's basically a way to link the CPU to your GPU, which is awesome. Yeah, I'm excited to mess with those. One day I will. repo explains how to do multipass. Okay, nice. Godot doesn't let you explicitly order the compute shader dispatches. Okay. This repo explains how to order them. Okay, neat. Constant. Yeah, like multipass. You aren't able to call submit or sync, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I'll definitely look at this. Thanks for dropping that link. Does seem really cool. All right, so we want this door to open. We're gonna say tween set transition. Like graphics programming, yeah. It's pretty cool. I do like it. It's hard. It's complicated to try and figure out, but I think it's just because there's not like a ton of documentation about it. So it's kind of this self-fulfilling feedback where nobody ever learns how to do it, so nobody can ever make tutorials for people to learn how to do it. But yeah. Fill my game up with interesting effects. Yeah, definitely. I do have a couple shaders right now in Deadlift that are like full screen shaders like that, so definitely it could be interesting to move those over into compositor effects. What kind of transition type do we want to do? It's like spring, so we go like there's like bounce, backing out at ends. I don't know what that means. I need that image. I'll do a bounce though. So we have to do like tween dot. What is this? Yes, I will allow your message. Twitch gave me a warning. Bounce. I'm gonna try at least one to try to work with low level. Yeah, for sure. I think that's always the best way to learn, is just kind of like start messing around with it. So let's see, ease out. No, ease in is what I want, I think, for this. Alrighty, so let's also do this. Get tree dot, or no, we just say tween dot tween interval. Let's say 5 seconds. And then after 5 seconds, we open the door back up. Set it to initial door rotation. And then instead of doing bounce, I think instead we would do elastic. Let's see what that looks like. Then instead of ease in, I think we'd do ease in out. So let's experiment. Currently following Vulkan tutorial. It's going to use Rest, really like Rest, yeah. Like CVP classes and such, yeah. Vulkan for Rest is also unsafe. Interesting. Why is it unsafe? It's just not like fully supported or something? Not unsafe as in it'll explode your computer? Yeah, okay. That's what I figured. Okay, memory unsafe. Yeah, that makes sense. Whoa. Okay, so that looks stupid. But it's okay. Keep working on fixing it. Also, at the end of here, I also want to say tween callback function active as false again. So I have to restart the game. That way I can keep testing it. Let's go back into here, increase that time a little bit. Let's go up to 2 seconds. Hopefully that looks better. Yeah, there's an official support for Rest Vulkan. Okay. So the create IRG, welcome in. How's it going? So Rust only works with explicit typing. Okay. Vulkan doesn't like that much. Interesting. Don't mind your violin yet. Alright, let's try this out. I don't know why it's bouncing the other way. That's a little weird. But then this should be elastic, so it kind of wiggles at the end. That, it's not quite what I expected. I think elastic is different. I think I want spring, because I want... Yeah, wiggling around the edges. I don't want it to do that at the beginning. So we want spring on this one. Then bounce seems to happen... bouncing at the end. So you'd think that would work. But it doesn't seem to. See, it bounces at the beginning for some reason. I don't know why. And then this should, boing. It's better, but it still didn't really change it, did it? Spring. Is it because I haven't done... Oh, it should be okay. Set the ease. That's just like the speed scale. So this will happen. It'll start slow, then go fast. Yeah, and then this one is just ease in out. But I don't know why spring. Let's save that. Maybe that'll fix that. And then I guess instead of here, maybe we do the other one, back. I don't know what back's gonna do, but let's see what happens. Let's restart the game. Let's see. Before I leave, next time you stream something 3D model related, yeah, principally texturing, can you tag me? Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. I'll write it down. So. I really need to work on that. I really like your models. I appreciate it, yeah. Just want to get some inspiration. Yeah. Hey, I'm talking to you, pal. Yeah, that's just a temporary placeholder. Obsidian, yeah, I use Obsidian. It's pretty awesome. Why does it still bounce at the beginning? I don't know what's up with that. We gotta experiment with that. Maybe it's because of my transition type. That one looks good, though. That's what I want there. Now that that's actually working properly, I can decrease the time on that. But this first one is still weird. Maybe it's just because of the type of set ease I'm doing. Like maybe the way it works with this one is that ease in makes the bounce happen at the beginning. So I need to actually say ease out for the bounce to happen at the end. Maybe that's just how Godot handles that. Let's see. Oh, it is. So now it bounces shut, which is what I want. And then this one should just spring open and then wobble at the end. Okay, I get how it works. So these, just to note what part of that animation happens. So I don't want to do spring. I do want to do elastic, but instead of saying ease in out, I say ease in. So that it only happens... Or no, I actually say ease out, I think. Let's see if this works. So that boings. And then at the end, it should just go smoothly open and then elastic at the end. That does work, but it was extremely violent. Maybe we try spring instead. I'm a good now. Sounds good. Thank you for coming in, Frisco. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Yeah, I'll let you know next time we're doing some modeling. And thank you for the question check. Hopefully we do some. We'll definitely be doing more soon. There's always stuff to model, so. Yeah. Goodbye. See you later. Let's see if this works. Come on. Perfect. And then when you close it, boing. And starts crafting. Alrighty, we are good to go. So next thing now is when we begin this, I want to set like I want to start shaking. So I want to say var crafter, oops. Crafter shake is 0 by default. So after this door shuts, I want to say tween. So yo, think of the speed. Tweens are cool. They are very cool. I've always liked using tweens. The more you use them, the more you kind of understand them, I feel like, and it just gets even easier to use them. Especially like if you learn about like the chain function like this, that's very very fun. Chain lets you do some cool stuff because then you can attach like parallel tweens and then do chain after so that a single tween happens and stuff. Should be washing machine noises? Oh yeah, we'll definitely put some noises in. I'm just getting the visuals set up and then we start with all the little dings and noises and stuff. So what I'm going to do with crafter shake, let's go into function process. We're going to shake it. The crafter. So we're going to go boom dot position is equal to that position. And we're going to lerp it. So normally, let's see, what is the position of this though? That's the thing. I guess we have to say at onReady var initial crafter location is equal to this. I'll just do a global position. Nah, let's just do position. Actually, I'm not going yet. Remember, I have to clean up my hard drive. Ah, okay, sounds good, yeah. Shake that moneymaker, yeah. So we're gonna lerp it. We're gonna lerp it to a random vector, so vector 3 randf range minus 0.1 to 0.1. And then just do that multiple times. And then lastly, the strength at which it lerps, which let's set to 10 times delta or something. Alright, so whenever that's a random value, should work. And then depending on the strength we leave, that's how much it goes. And I realize we have to say, here, let's do this. Var rand position. There's our initial location plus this vector with all our random things. Then we lerp it toward that 10. Invalid. Oh, I said that's a float for some reason. Alrighty. So now this should theoretically start shaking around. Let's restart the game. Cool detail idea. The deeper you go down, the more the elevator music gets distorted. Yeah, that'd be fun. I do want a lot of stuff like that. As you descend deeper, things get more decrepit and degraded, and the game gets harder. Let's see if it shakes. Lerping and tweening is always a good combo. Okay, it is shaking for some reason, even though it should not be. So why is that happening? Oh, because I just said I need to use crafter shake. I'm a fool, guys. The longest line of code known to man. Alright. So now, it's stationary. We shut it. Boom. It starts shaking. It stops shaking. And then our item opens up. Cool. Epic. Pretty cool. See the quantization? Yeah, I got a little bit of quantization going on with the colors on screen. Yeah, I just have a shader that I found on Godot Shaders. It's pretty nice. Applies a dithering effect and then also the quantization. I think it just makes the game look more epic and stylized. Pretty cool. Alright, well this works well. Wonder if we even need that up there. Nah, it's fine. It'll be okay. That's craft phobia, yeah. Now we can add in sounds, and then I want to do some texturing. on that button and stuff. I think it'll be green when it can be pressed, and then red when it can't be pressed. Minor thing, but when a debug option to start at the lift save you a bunch of testing time. That's true. It would. Maybe if I have this debug menu open at the beginning of the game, I activate that. Let's do that, because you know what? I'm going to be testing this game many, many more times. Probably a good idea. So we can just grab this debug overlay and the command box. I'll take both of those out. Copy those. Then get out of the world scene. I want like a scene that's spawned in from the beginning. Is that something I can do? Let's just create a new scene now. Yo. Thank you very much for the cheese time. Then just call this global UI. So there's just stuff that's like always on screen anywhere. I'll paste our stuff back in here. So this should all be okay, I think, because we use global references. Then debug overlay, we have to change. So much cheese. Funny things, I have no idea what the game's about, don't tell me. Alrighty. I will not tell anybody. I guess since the beginning also I have no idea, yeah. What is that GIF? It's the cat, whatever his name is. Bingus or Plink. Plink cat. Yeah. I nerfed the cheese, did I? I didn't make any changes to the cheese. No, I didn't do any cheese nerfing. Oh god. What are you doing? No. Dear God. Well, guys, we're really done now. I'm gonna add a script directly to our debug overlay. It'll just be easiest to do it this way. And then also what I'm going to do for this node too is gotta love the cheese, guys. Gotta love it. Yeah, second monitor time. I think it's time. There you guys go. Make it a little bit bigger. When will it end? Someday. I don't know when. So that, also I want to say global.debug is true. Or debug is false by default. So if I hit F3, then that should also change my spawn position now. So inside a world, if debug is enabled, I want to change the position of where the player spawns. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll set their Y position to 0. That's what I'll do. We're free. Thank you guys for the cheese time. But never do it again. So if global.debug, we're gonna... How could you do this? We're gonna say global position dot C is equal to 0. So let's see if this works. We should also now be able to run commands anywhere in the game. We don't have to be anymore. Oh, I didn't actually add that scene. I think I can go into globals or something, and then can I add on thing? Global UI? Let's just do it in global on ready. Then have another variable up here. Say var global UI is type canvas layer. Now on ready, we say preload global UI instantiate global UI is equal to that. Then add child global UI. All right, let's try this out. Oh, and it died because there's no such thing as player. Okay, we have to say if global dot player, then do that. Let's try this again. Watch this, guys. So that's our debug. Now we can do commands in the main menu, which that doesn't actually seem to be working for some reason. What do I have to do for this? Visibility changed. Oh. Where do I actually make the command box visible? I must do that instead of here. Toggle command window. And that's in here. Let's put that inside of global. What's the resolution of my monitor? It is 2560 by 1440. So global singleton is amazing. Yeah. It's pretty nice. I do like singletons. Some people say that singletons are bad, and I partially understand what they mean, but also at the same time, use singletons, man. So I realize I have a bunch of this stuff integrated. Okay, save that. Global UI is that. Okay, do we have a process event in here? We don't. All right, so now that'll run toggle command window, and we might have to change this a little bit because it's going to say player input blocks. So if global.player, then we set their input block. And now instead of doing this stuff, we want to say let's go, we got a clip. Addition to 0. That's what I'll do. We're free. Thank you guys for the cheese time. But never do it again. So if global.debug, we're gonna. Okay. Pretty epic. Pretty awesome clip. A few singletons are nice. Making only singletons ain't. Yeah, that is true. Very true. Don't have a player singleton. Well, I like putting the player variable in the global singleton just so I have an easy reference to the player. I think it's just a nice way to do it. Instead of having to, because then I just have a reference. It's more performant because it's already been found. So it's not like I have to like go find where the player is every time. And since this game isn't multiplayer or anything, it should be pretty easy. So let's see, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, toggle command window should be okay now. Where was I in? Oh yeah, in here? No. Where was I? Process. Wait, everything should be okay, right? I can't remember. Can't remember what I was doing. Oh yeah, this stuff. We have to change that because now it's in a different area. Ooh. So on global UI, I'm gonna get up some references defined. Let's do this. It's gonna be last name global UI. And we're going to have a couple exports. So export var command box is type of line edit. And export var debug overlay is type of rich text label. So we save those. Now I can get references to these guys easy. Then back in here, instead of doing this, I say global UI dot command or whatever it is. I need to add a I need to statically type this. Now this is a type of global UI. So back down here, I probably could just put this inside of that function, but it's fine. Dodecatons, yeah. Dodecatons. God. Alright, I'm really going out. See you later. Sounds good. Thank you, Frisco. Have a good rest of your night. So now I can say global command box. Boom. It's equal to that. Boom. Boom. Okay. So I think all this should work, hopefully. Theoretically, possibly. Let's see what happens. Okay, I just died. Apparently it didn't get the reference. Global UI, which on ready we say that. Global UI.commandBox.visible. Apparently command box is a type of null, which doesn't make any gosh darn sense. Save it again. Should work. What? Global UI. Oh, apparently the global UI has become null. I'm not sure how. Global UI. Because on ready, we say global UI. Oh, I was saying var. Okay. I figured it out, guys. Infinitons. Crazy. There we go. Now I can say blah, 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 blah. Cool. There's one problem, though, is it just brings me to, we have to say in here, if we get out of it here, toggle command window, not paused, or if we're not inside of the world, if there's no player. Let's try that again. There we go. So now those are persistent, which is good, because I want to be able to run commands anywhere. There might be some commands that are like main menu specific, right? It's not gonna be like /give wood scrap. Item created. Epic. Also, it seems that our little debug thing didn't work. Oh, that was not happy, was it? What happened? Here's some kind of error. Oh, canvas layer command box. Yeah. We have to say global dot global UI dot command box. Okay, let's try this again. The second dimensions. Crazy. Let's just get this working, and then I think we are, unfortunately, guys, probably gonna be ending stream. Is today Sunday? I don't even know anymore. Yeah. No, wait! Oh, it's too late, guys. I didn't press F3. Okay, watch this. Boom! Boom! It's gonna frickin' work. I'm in the elevator. And for some reason I can't move my mouse. Okay. I had to press escape. I don't know why. Yeah, that's something I notice sometimes, is sometimes it starts me off as being unable to move. I don't know what's up about that. Might have to fix that out. Might have to fix that up, not out. What am I talking about? Can I just immediately open it? Let's see. Or shut it again? Yeah. Anyways, it's working. Now that debug thing should help a little bit. Where I can just be like, bam, play, and then we're all good. See, I'll probably add in a bunch of little debug things like that just to make it easier to test. See, this happens, though. For some reason, I can't move right now, right? And I don't know why. When I hit resume, I can. But for some reason, there's some weird initial, thing happening there. It might be because maybe we're not setting our capture mode? We are saying mouse mode captured. I noticed that that's on enter tree, which is kind of early to do that. So I'm going to move that over to ready. See if that helps. Maybe we can open up our thing. I don't like how that keeps just leaving another thing in there. Might have to fix that. Well, this one's going to keep this command box open. So that wasn't really a good test. Let's try this again. Yeah, it still just can't move. I don't know if there's a pause input block or something. I'm not really sure why I can't move initially. Is it because pause starts out as being true or something? Oh, is it because that's a global of pause? Paused. Should be false. I'll just say whenever we go back to the main menu, we reset paused. Maybe that'll help fix it. I have an inkling that's what's happening. I think when we pause the game, go back to main menu, and then join back in, the game still thinks that we're paused. So if we started initially without pausing first, I think it'll work. Yeah, it works, and then now that we fix that, if we go to main menu and play again, should still be okay. Yeah, boom. Alrighty, we're good to go. And one final thing that I want to do is just make it so any of the debug stuff only happens when I have debug on. So if we go back to toggle this thing, I only want to say if debug. Okay. Well, guys, I think that's going to be it for today's stream. Let's go find somebody to raid. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff done. The crafter is implemented. It's not completely functional yet, but we're almost there. I just have to think of what are we actually going to be crafting with it, right? It's something that's going to get more functionality as time goes on. I think initially it's going to be kind of just more decorative than anything. But yeah, anyways. Ooh. Goonwatch is working on the horror game again. How fitting. Let's go raid him. So I'm excited to see more of that game. Anyways, thank you gamers for coming in. We'll be live again on Wednesday. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam. It is the final day. Not completely final, but getting there. Technically, you have until I think 11 a.m. Mountain Time tomorrow or something, but it is on sale right now. Feel free to join the Discord. And yeah, for all the people that have signed up for the playtest, I appreciate it. While the playtests are closed, you know, if anybody on stream is interested in still joining, let me know. Anyone that hasn't joined already. We're gonna go start the raid. Yeah. Thank you, gamers. See you on Wednesday. And yeah, we'll be sending keys out probably tonight or tomorrow. One of those two. So be on the lookout. All right. Goodbye, gamers. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming in. Bye-bye.